year into the beginning of this year.
And then the other side of that equation next Thursday night is going to be Sachs and their young quarterback, Jamoris Young, who I saw, the score of that jamboree with Jacksonville last week said 41-0, and it was that kind of game. But I was impressed with his ability to spin it and put it on people. They didn't always catch it. And of course, he wasn't able to run because the quarterbacks weren't live. So he didn't get to play his total game, but I think he may be a player to watch over the next few years.
And that was going to be my next question to you, Joe, is, nothing I've heard about Sachs so far is good. You've got a program there that's, A, used to winning, and B, used to winning a lot under Jonathan Miller, who's gone now to wear the blue up at Piedmont. But, Coach Freeney comes in with some pretty solid credentials.
Yeah, he took a team that was winless at Pasco, Florida,
yep,
and turned them into a 9-2 team in the 1 year that he was head coach. And when you sit and talk to him, he conveys belief, right? He can make you believe, and it seems to be genuine with him. And the thing with Sachs and their personnel this year, obviously, they're having to start a freshman quarterback, which he's talented, but he's a freshman quarterback. Their starting quarterback last year is at Anniston now, and there's some other positions there where they're kind of starting over, and so they've got some growing pains to go through, I think, but I think Sachs football is going to be fine.
Well, we'll get a good look at both those programs Thursday night on the FNN Game of the Week. We'll be live from the Creek Bank as Ohatchee and Sachs tee it up at 7 o'clock. That's the word we still have. No time change on that one due to the heat. I talked to Coach Finley yesterday, and him and Coach Freeney were supposed to talk last night on the phone, and he told me he'd call me if there was any change, and I've had no calls, so my guess is we're playing at 7.
Fair enough.
All right, and then, of course, the very next night, we take a little jot right on up. What is it? 144. We head over to Ragland, where we will see the Ragland Purple Devils and the Vincent Yellow Jackets. And, Joe, Vincent was a very impressive team last year. B.B. Comer had to beat them in overtime to win the region on a 2-point conversion to advance on, and Vincent went, I think, 3 rounds in the playoffs last year. Ragland went out early in theirs, but they managed to fight and get a second-place finish in that region. So, going to see I think we're going to see a pretty decent ball game while Vincent has to come in as the favorite.
Yeah, both those teams are outside of my coverage area, so I don't know a whole lot about them, but they're, I think that will be a good matchup.
Well, you might, because you've been coach surfing this week. What's the word?
Well, obviously, I'll find out more probably tomorrow as far as my coach's calls, a part of my game prep for the FNN Game of the Week with them. But Ragland, they had an interesting kind of season last year as far as what was maybe a little bit above a 500 record, but did actually – pretty much was at the top of their region standings, Class 1A, Region 6, for almost the entire season till Spring Garden came in at the very last region week of the season last year and took care of them to win the region.
Yep, absolutely. Well, of course, 2 great games to kick the season off for us, and then week 1, we're headed to Piedmont to the Field of Champions for what ought to be a Jim Dandy matchup. I know it was a good one last year with Cherokee County and the Piedmont Bulldogs, both currently ranked number 2 in the state. And, Joe, I want to talk about the polls just a little bit before we announce the winner of the Helmet Challenge.
Okay.
These polls mean really nothing right now, don't they? It's basically a recap of last year's finish line.
Well, and that's, speaking as a voter.
Yeah.
And a journalist, journalists, we tend to default to what we think we know, right? and what can you know in August, other than what the team was last year,
right?
And what they have coming back and what they lost and what you can project from that. It's when you start seeing it happen the first 3 weeks of the season that you start to really get a feel for what these teams are.
Well, to me, going into the season, the biggest question mark in our coverage area is Piedmont. Yeah. Obviously, with the change in the coaches, not only Coach Smith but Coach Blanchard gone, Jonathan Miller's had to come in there and kind of retool the coaching staff to his way of doing things. And obviously, he's capable of getting the job done. But, that's a lot to ask right out of the box.
Well, 9 offensive starters lost, and really Jack Hayes should count as 3.
Yep.
and then 6 starters lost on defense. So that's not just starting over on the coaching staff. That's starting over at a lot of positions. But what they do have, Cole Wilson's a big quarterback who can throw it, and the 2 starters they have back on offense are their 2 best receivers from last year. So I think they're going to be able to score some points.
Well, obviously there's going to be no place you're going to go to where the culture is more of we will win no matter what than Piedmont. So what I'm about to say is, probably going to get me eaten up on social media, but I don't see them as favorites in their first 2 games. I think Cherokee County is loaded, and from everything I've heard, Sylvania may be the favorite to win the region.
Yeah, well, they lost at Cherokee County last year and made it to the Super 7. So, what happens in that game doesn't necessarily predict. In fact, whenever they've lost to Cherokee County, they always wind up in the Super 7. You go back to 2009.
Yep.
That's not necessarily, the thing that tells you what's going to happen in the future. Now, Sylvania, that's going to be a big game, But
that's on the road too.
Yeah, and it's early, so we'll see. How well Piedmont's able to get their act together that early in the season.
Obviously, both teams, when you talk about the Piedmont-Cherokee County game from last year, both teams almost for different reasons. So kind of used it as a springboard or a learning lesson in the case of Piedmont to get to the Super 7. So certainly looking forward. It'll be my first trip to the Field of Champions next week once we roll our cameras on up to Piedmont next week. So certainly looking forward to that and just looking forward to getting this football season started.
Well, you won't go to a nicer high school stadium than that one, I'm telling you. We have our own press box, right, Joe?
Yeah.
It's the Joe Medley press box.
That it used to be the home press
home
box.
side, yep.
And I got my little corner up there that I like to sit there on the second floor, and it's just one of the best vantage points to watch a game in this county.
Absolutely, and it has air conditioning, which is you get high marks for air conditioning right now if you're a broadcaster.
Office space, you've got internet, everything.
All right, well, before time catches up with us, let's go ahead and tell you the end results of the FNN Helmet Challenge as we get set to hand out the hardware, and we will have these folks here to present that in just a couple of weeks. The voting came down to Piedmont and Pleasant Valley. Those 2 helmets head-to-head, the Piedmont blue with the yellow P on it. And Pleasant Valley has a new-look helmet this year that got a lot of attention at Media Day. A lot of folks thought it would look pretty sharp. Well, apparently all of their supporters do as well. We are here to congratulate the Pleasant Valley Raiders as this year's FNN 2023 High School Football Helmet Challenge championship team. They won by a wide margin of 70 to 30% in the championship round. Obviously, the folks out in Pleasant Valley, Joe, got behind this.
Yeah, and when I talked to Jonathan Nix about this, I look at that helmet and I see the old Houston Oilers, right?
Yep.
He patterned that over the Buffalo Bills, and with the PV logo because it has a lot of history on it. But yeah, that is a really sharp looking helmet. If look good, makes you feel good, makes you play good, then
they ought to be better.
They ought to be better this year.
Yes.
That's a good-looking helmet. Congratulations to Raider Nation on getting the vote out this past week to topple Piedmont, the Mighty Bulldogs, who have a huge fan base all their own. So anytime you stomp Piedmont 70% to 30%, you've got out and got your homework and got everybody out there voting with some confidence. So congratulations to Coach Nix and the kids and the administration at Pleasant Valley High School, and we'll be in touch to make plans to get you the challenge chain. It's going to be pretty cool that you guys can wear all season on the sideline. And, I think at last count, there has been somewhere over 32,000 votes cast in this contest.
Wow,
that's pretty crazy.
Nice.
That's pretty crazy over a couple of weeks, and I don't know where they all came from, but all I know is what the computer tells me, and I just every time we do something like this, I sit back in amazement at what kind of responses we have to the stuff we do.
People care about helmets.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And, I mean, the Pleasant Valley helmet was impressive. I mean, it caught my eye real quick at Media Day. And, different uniforms, new helmets, all that kind of stuff. Joe, we're just about ready to get it on. You know, the talk is done. It's time to play.
Yeah, White Plains has a nice new look on their helmet this year too. Of course, Oxford stole the show last year with those gold helmets. So.
Yes, with their custom color.
Custom color.
Custom gold color.
Oxford gold.
Absolutely. Are you ready?
I sure am.
I know you're ready.
When you have two games like we like to do during the first week of the season, you better be ready.
And there they are on the screen for you. We'll be at Ohatchee coming up on Thursday night. Countdown to kickoff at 6:30. Coming up the following night, Friday, over at Joan Ford Field in Ragland, we'll have the Vincent Yellow Jackets and the Ragland Purple Devils here on the FNN double game of the week, Thursday and Friday night. We certainly hope you'll join us, and we're going to go out and battle the heat and try to bring you a couple of good ball games to get the season kicked off here for week 0.
0 equals 1.
0. So where are you going Friday night?
I'm still working that out. I'm thinking probably Welborn-Anniston because I have somebody to cover Alexandria-Cherokee County. I think Alexandria-Cherokee County is the best matchup this week, but Welborn-Anniston obviously a good Calhoun County showdown.
I haven't had a chance to talk to Coach Smith much in the off season, so I don't really know a whole lot about what the expectations are for Welborn. But I can tell you, the expectations for Anniston are pretty high. They got lots of talent, and I like the guy that they brought in to take over the program.
I would agree. I think he's going to do well. I hope any coaching hire, especially it seems like for that team, is divisive, and I hope those people give him a chance because I think he deserves it. And two, they got some players. They did lose a lot from last year, but Gavin Doss comes in. You got Caleb Wynn come in from Oxford. They had a wide receiver come in from Oxford, too. So they got some plug-and-plays around the guys that are there.
And they probably got the best player in the area in Jay Money.
And who's sitting over there right now, wearing his Auburn gear. Auburn commit. Between him and Coach Cofer tonight, there's a lot of Auburn representation.
I hear you. All right. Well, James, we'll see you Thursday. Thanks for coming out and helping out with the show tonight. Joe, as always, good to have you here. That's going to do it for us as we finish up week 0 of the Tuesday night high school football coaches show here live from Struts. We will see you from the Creek Bank on Thursday, starting at 6:30 for Countdown to Kickoff. For our entire FNN crew, I'm Jim Jacobs. Good night, everybody.
It's our first Friday night game of the 2023 season as Snow Timber Company presents tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week as the Vincent Yellow Jackets make the trip up Highway 231 and 144 to Joan Ford Stadium as they'll take on the Purple Devils of Ragland High School for both teams' season opener here in the 2023 season. And we welcome you a happy Game Day Friday wherever you are watching us from on FNN. James Hardy and Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, and the rest of our FNN crew with us here at Joan Ford Stadium as once again Snow Timber Company presents our FNN Game of the Week. We had last night our season kickoff as far as Ohatchee and Sachs, and like last night, Eddie, these two teams that we'll be featuring tonight, both playoff participants in 2022.
Absolutely, two teams that did great this past season, and I'm sure they're looking forward to trying to advance what they completed last year into this year.
And there you see where we're located at as far as deep in the woods of St. Clair County, just a stone's throw from the Neely Henry Dam in the eastern portion of St. Clair County. And you look at these two teams for Ragland, it was an interesting 2022 season as they were very much in the picture right up until the very last region game late in October last year. They finished 6-5 overall, lost in the first round here at Joan Ford Stadium of the 1A playoffs to Marion County, but they were 5-1 in Class 1A Region 6. And they have one of their most important pieces returning, Eddie, as far as Ethan Courtney, the linebacker, one of only a handful of seniors on this Purple Devils roster this year.
Right, and to my understanding, he was a very key part to the team last year. And, it's great to have that senior leadership back, somebody that you feel like can help you to make that next step.
Now, Coach Wes Tidwell mentioned to me during the week that he thinks along the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball is where he thinks his team's biggest strength is, and also a key for his team as far as the limited numbers this year, just 28 on the roster, of course, as you know, Eddie, from your coaching past, staying healthy.
Absolutely, and as I always said, if you can go, so goes the line, so goes the team. So if the defensive lines are making it happen, the rest of the team should follow right along and not have any problems.
And then you look on the flip side, on the far sideline tonight in the Vincent Yellow Jackets, they had their school's all-time best record, in fact, winning a single season last year, their first ever season, Eddie, to win 10 games in a season. They were able to accomplish that thanks to a first-round Class 2A playoff victory at home against Luverne, and in fact, they were a 1-point loss in overtime against BB Comer away from winning Class 2A Region 4. And so last year, obviously a historic year, but Coach Lucas Weatherford looking to build upon that this year.
Well, and anytime you can get a 10-game win season, I mean, that's, speaks within itself, and I'm sure they're looking to build on it. And Vincent is known to have some pretty athletic guys there, as well as Ragland, but, I'm pretty sure they got some pretty good skill guys.
And then really kind of like we saw from Ohatchee last night as far as the junior heavy team, that's also the same for Lucas Weatherford's Vincent Yellow Jackets, because he doesn't have a lot of seniors on his roster this year. In fact, really kind of the vibe I got from him is he expects next year with the heavy junior class that he has this year to be another breakout year as far as 2024. But you look at the roster for 2023, still a lot of talent, of course, in that a junior class, but especially you look at probably their biggest impact player that we'll see tonight. Tight end, and also we'll see at linebacker, Ray Albright was all Shelby County in 2022. And Ray Albright, Eddie, is what Lucas Weatherford considers as the team leader for this year's Yellow Jacket squad.
Okay, James, but one thing I'll tell you also is that you don't want to play for next year, even though you got a junior-laden squad. You want to get everything you can out of this year, because if it started going south, I always tell my teams you can learn how to lose just like you learn how to win. So You know, they had a great season last year, and you want to make sure that you build on that and set the expectations pretty high for them.
Now another impact player for Vincent to look out for is Rykellis Robertson, running back that amassed almost 2,000 yards last season, and someone that Coach Weatherford describes as fast, not big, but a big-time playmaker. And as you know, Eddie, you can always use as many playmakers on that field as you can.
Well, 2,000 yards is 2,000 yards.
I don't care what level it is.
Absolutely. You have to do something to get it. So I don't care if you're playing, you know, top-tier teams or if you're playing lower-level teams. If somebody has to do it, and if they got one to do it, it's, you know, you could look out for that guy.
Lucas Weatherford comes in overall at Vincent at just 24-29, but as we mentioned, school record 10 wins last year, and in fact back-to-back winning seasons coming into this season. And on the flip side for Ragland, Wes Tidwell coming into his third season at Ragland, where he's led the Purple Devils to the Class 1A playoffs in each of his first two seasons, coming at least in his previous head coaching stop at Winston County, where he was just a little bit below the 500 mark at 21-22, but a solid 15-8 start for Tidwell as far as his tenure here at Ragland High School. So it should be a pretty good ball game for our first Friday night game of the season, and of course the season openers for Ragland and for Vincent. So we'll take our first time out as Snow Timber presents our FNN High School football game of the week. We'll take a look at some more games from around the state of Alabama and around our region. From Joan Ford Field here in Ragland, you're watching the FNN High School football game of the week.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
From Joan Ford Stadium, our first Friday night game of the season, our second game of the week as part of our Week 0 coverage opening week of the Alabama High School Athletic Association 2023 football season. James Hardy, along with the rest of our FNN crew, Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, here at Joan Ford Stadium, as we'll take a further look as far as the season goes, as well as games around the state of Alabama. In fact, quite a handful of teams, including Ohatchee and Sachs, that we saw last night, went ahead and got a head start on the season last night.
Hey, I want to get started asking Eddie what's he think things are like over at Etowah today.
Hey, I can tell you one thing, even though it's exciting, I know it's going to be hot. I looked at temperature on my phone early, and last night I thought it was pretty hot, be at 90 degrees, but it's 94 degrees. But I think you're about to see some pretty exciting football, though.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Of course, Etowah last night fell at Springville, 28-14, the final in that one.
Right.
And lots of big games going on around the state, but I don't know any game, guys, that's going to get more media attention than what's happening up 411. And, of course, that's Moody hosting Rush Probst and hopefully the rejuvenated Pell City Panthers. What do you think, Coach?
Well, I tell you what, Rush Probst, he does a great job. He's a great coach, and he's in a new system. But, I think a lot of teams and a lot of schools are going to be gunning for him, and it takes a while. You can't just walk in and start off with a dynasty. You got to kind of build for it. So it's going to be interesting. I think those guys at Moody probably going to be a little bit hyped for him.
Yeah, I would think that they're going to be ready. I saw the other day, Coach, where Pell City actually stayed in a hotel last night, and I got to tell you, that just don't ring true to me for being high school football. This is not a college deal, and I just don't see any reason for them to be doing that.
Well, I agree with you 100%, but now if you know Rush Probst, and I know him pretty well, that's his MO. He loves to do things like that. Anything that he can do to try to get an edge or give his guys an edge, he does it, and pretty much everywhere he been, he's had the backing to do that. But I agree with you. For a game local like that, I really don't see, the need for doing that. I think they could get, better rest and better prepared by just simply being at home going through routine.
Well, I mean, when you want, and James, you can put your 2 cents in on this as well. I mean, if they're going to Mobile, I get it.
Right.
But, I mean, from Pell City to Moody is what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20.
I mean, if you can't control what they do in your own hometown, you're not going to control them in a hotel room in Moody.
Absolutely, and it's it's more or less a psychological thing. A program such as Pell City that Rush has won at Hoover, and at different levels, and I think what he's trying to do right now psychologically is to shock them into a level of thinking, and that's just not going to happen. They're going to have to get out on the field, and they're going to have to beat some teams, and they're going to have to beat some good teams before that mentality actually sets in.
And ultimately, you still have to win with better players on the field than the other team does. And obviously, as you mentioned, as we see throughout the season, any season for first-year, early tenured head coaches, it does take a couple of years still, as far as even when you talk about the transfer culture that's starting to seep into the high school ranks, fellas, it still takes a little bit of time as far as getting your imprint, your culture into a program.
Well, you got to get a system in, and I tell everybody, it's not about so much what goes on, and it's not about them X's and O's. It's about them Jimmys and Joes, and you gotta get them acclimated into a system, And I learned that very quickly being a head coach that, what James said, it takes you about 3 years to get your philosophy imprinted on a system.
Well, of course, Coach, we got a couple of head coaching changes that are seeing their first action of the season tonight. Of course, Coach Steve Smith made the change over to Westbrook Christian, leaving Piedmont after so many years and a bunch of blue maps. He's taken over that program. There, he gets his first action tonight. And, of course, Jonathan Miller, in a jamboree-type game, takes the Piedmont Bulldogs over to face the however many defending time state champions they are. They're just dang good, and that's the Fife Red Devils.
Right, and that is a tough jamboree to play in. The only good thing about it is a jamboree because, Coach Miller probably is in the toughest situation probably in the state of Alabama because, Piedmont is, that has that tradition, but again, Jim, you're taking a new coach in with a new system, and the players are new to him and he's new to the players, and unless he's duplicating exactly what Coach Smith did, then it's a new team, it's a new system, and they got to adjust. They got to make adjustments.
I tell you what, fellas, as far as Jonathan Miller and the way the schedule lays out for Piedmont this year, with officially starting the regular season next week and having 5 as a Jamboree game, I think it actually, for someone like Jonathan Miller to kind of figure out what he has in a Jamboree setting against a great program like 5, I think it couldn't really work out any better as far as just easing him in to the season and getting the players and really the program used to having him on the sideline and not Steve Smith.
Hey, I'll tell you what, you look at that guy sitting beside you and he'll tell you real quick, Jonathan Miller's got a lot of people up there that'll tell him what he's got, doesn't he, Eddie?
Yeah, absolutely. He got a lot of them, and I'll tell you something else too, Jim. It's sometimes you have to ease them into, a situation. And me personally, I would not have picked Fife to open up with as a new head coach in a system such as Piedmont, because that 12th man, which is those fans, all eyes are going to be on him. And again, that first game can determine pretty much the outcome of the season. I've seen it done. So, hey, good luck.
Well, we've got another head coach, too, from the coaching changes off season. Coach Rico Jackson has taken over the helm at the Anniston Bulldogs. And, Eddie, you know a lot about this program, obviously, firsthand. What's the word?
Well, the word is that, when I spoke with him, he told me that, he felt really good about it, that he had a lot of good skill guys. And, I kind of gave him the come to Jesus meeting, and I told him, I said, hey, you basically don't have that offensive line that you had before. And he got a lot of young, scrappy guys. But, again, I tell you, hey, no matter how young they are, still got to get it done on the field. And I think he got the skill guys to get it done. And, he's a great guy. And, he's trying to implement a lot of discipline back into the program. So, I look for him throughout the season to do pretty well.
Eddie, is Jay Money the best player in our area?
I don't know if he the best, but he up there with him. The kid is extremely fast. He's very athletic and he's instinctive. And I think they're probably gonna do a lot of special packages for him. I think they're gonna put him out wide. They may bring him out the backfield some, and then they may put him in some wildcat situations. And of course, he's going to play defense, and he's gonna make plays on defense. But he's extremely athletic, man. He's a great player, man. My hat's off to him. He can get it done.
Well, Coach Jackson will find out a bunch about that line play tonight, because they just don't come any scrappier than those Welborn Panthers.
Well, man, listen, you're talking about guys out there that lifting concrete blocks, and they just homegrown. As I tell Jeff Smith, he's a good friend of mine. I said, man, you just got them country strong guys, man. They working on farms and lifting tractors, and he kind of laugh about it, but he's probably not going to play too many more teams that are going to be as physical as Welborn. And I don't think Welborn is as talented as they were in the past, but the physicality and the grit never leaves, and I guarantee you he's going to play Anniston tough for 4 quarters.
No question about it. And you talk about tough teams. Boy, there's going to be a good one up in center tonight. Todd Ginn and the Alexandria Valley Cubs are headed up Highway 9 to kind of renew an old rivalry game, Eddie. From what I understand, these two used to get after each other pretty good.
Oh, no doubt. And you talking about 2 great programs, man. So you talking about, as I say, I tell old Todd, we talk a lot. I tell him, I say, hey, you better take that ghost up that witch, and he'll laugh because he know I'm talking about his dad. But, a lot of great tradition, man, and 2 great programs, man.
I'll tell you what, let's step aside as the Ragland Marching Band performing our national anthem. Ragland Marching Band presents to you our national anthem, and Snow Timber Company presents our FNN High School football game of the week this evening. We'll take the time out, and we'll have the coin toss as well as kickoff here at Joan Ford Field. It's Vincent at Ragland here on the FNN High School football game of the week.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
The Food Barn in Ragland offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglandFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Ragland.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Snow Timber Company presents our FNN High School football game of the week this Friday evening from Joan Ford Field in Ragland, as the coin toss just took place. As Vincent sent out Cason Fields, Ray Albright, Aiden Gassaway, and Keller Finn as their game captains, and Skylar Barber and Ethan Courtney for Ragland as their game captains. Vincent won the toss and decided to defer their option until the second half, so it'll be Ragland opening the season with the football, as Ragland will be wearing their purple tops and bottoms with the gold numbers and white trim, as the Vincent Yellow Jackets come out onto the field for the first time in the 2023 season, and likewise the Ragland Purple Devils for the first time at home. And for Ragland, this is the first of 4 consecutive home games. So, Eddie, almost the first month of the season, a really key portion of the season for the Purple Devils for Ragland.
Right. You want to get off to a good start and, kind of get on a winning track and give those guys some momentum and something to feel good about,
And as far as getting that momentum to start the season, Eddie. What are your keys for Ragland tonight?
Well, I think they need to kind of establish the, line of scrimmage. And, of course, I think they need to make sure that they don't give up the big plays. You need to kind of limit Vincent to, small chunks, but you don't want to give up those huge plays, those momentum starters, and of course, you don't want to get that many penalties. And I think you'll be great.
And conversely, what do you think are the visiting Yellow Jackets of Vincent's keys for tonight?
Well, I think with them playing on the road, I think they need to try to get off to a good start, try to make some big plays, try to spread them out and use that athleticism, use that speed that they got to, try to play vertical on them, and of course they're going to have to throw some passes, but, you're going to have to try to make them play in space.
This is a series overall that Ragland has a slight edge, 4-3. This is the 8th meeting all-time between these two teams. They met last year in the 2022 season opener, as it was a 41-26 Vincent victory at Ragland, as the kick gets us underway for tonight's ball game, as it'll be a solid return for the Yellow Jackets, or rather for the Purple Devils, I should say, as Justin Seal returns it across the 30 to about the 34-yard line. So Congressman Mike Rogers, Alabama's conservative Republican leader, presents our starting lineups for tonight. And for Ragland, it'll be Antoine Byers getting the call, the junior quarterback, as he'll have Aaron Lee and Ethan Courtney as his running backs, and then Jagger Cox, Drake Kay, and Braden Byers will be the receivers. Just underway, our first Friday night game of the season, as Byers operating in the pistol. Ball to 34, a high snap, and the quick throw to Kay complete, as good blocking and making actually something out of almost nothing that time from the high snap, as Kay will advance it across the 40 to about the 41, and that's a pretty solid 6-7 yard gain on first down.
Right, that's a great call right there. The cornerback, they're in a cover 2, and the cornerback is given a 5 to 7 yard cushion, and the safety who's responsible for the slot guys at about 12. So, that's an easy read. You want to throw it to the slot guy right there, and he has an easy chance if that's a quick throw to get 7-8 yards.
Ragland Telephone Company presents our first quarter, as it'll be a 2nd down and short, and before the snap we have a flag on the play. A pre-snap penalty, as we'll find out who will go on. Going to be a dead ball foul on Ragland, who has the first penalty of the season for either one of these teams, as it'll set up now a 2nd down and we'll say 9 to go.
Well, that's one of the things you don't want to do, James. You had a great first down play, and then you come back, and now you put yourself back in a hole, 2nd and 9.
Deontay Robertson covering Kay, as it'll be Antoine Byers, the quarterback, may be getting about a yard on 2nd and 9 to about the 36 his own. So it'll be a 3rd down, and we'll say 8 yards to go, as the line to reach for the first down is their own 44 for Ragland, as they'll have along the offensive line the tackles to Corian Souls and Brandon McCulley. Luke Brewer and Skylar Barber, the guards, and Brandon Hill will be the starting center. An early head start for somebody along the line of scrimmage. And let's see if this one goes on the defense for Vincent.
Yeah, I think it's encroachment. I think he jumped off sides. And there again, you don't want to give it back to him because you got him in a obvious passing down. Right now, he can change the play call. He can run it or he can throw it, A
3-4 defense for Vincent, as you'll have up front Ethan McElrath, the defensive end, and KJ Chapman, his counterpart at defensive end, and Braden Abbott as the nose tackle. 3rd down and 4 after the offside penalty, as the play action. Under some pressures, Antoine Byers is still floated and gets it intercepted. Vincent has the ball, as they'll have outstanding field position, as Aiden Poe comes up with the first turnover of the season and his first interception of 2023.
Well, that's a terrible throw right there. Terrible read. He lofted up there, and, safety had time to just run up on it and pick it off. And, I know he wish he had that one back,
He sure would, as that's a costly turnover to give Vincent some outstanding field position, as Casey Fields and company will come out for Vincent for their first offensive possession of the season. So they'll start from the Ragland 44-yard line, going from our left to right here in the first quarter. A little more than a minute played here in the opening quarter, the season opener for both teams. It'll be Robertson swinging out. He'll catch the swing pass far side complete, but excellent pursuit by Drake Kay, along with a couple of his other teammates, and a late flag comes in the middle of the field.
For a gain of about 4 yards.
Well, and again, they're trying to get the playmakers out in space. That was kind of a floating pass right there, and you don't want to make that throw.
So we'll find out the flag as it was thrown from the near side. In fact, looks as if it'll be a dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct going on Vincent. So initially a 4-yard gain, and they'll say offsetting penalties, as both teams a little bit of extracurricular activity early on. Somebody must have said something to get a little fracas going, but no harm, no foul on the offsetting penalties. As we check that, they'll say as far as the yards gained on first down, a couple of yards on the pass from Fields to Rykellis Robertson. We'll take a look at the other starters that are presented by Congressman Mike Rogers here in just a moment. Both teams made the postseason last year. Vincent made it to the second round of the Class 2A playoffs, and for Ragland, a first-round visit to the Class 1A playoffs. So we've played about 1 minute and 16 seconds so far of the opening quarter, as Hayden Poe got a third down interception on Ragland's opening drive for Vincent. Snap, and Robertson gets the calls. He'll run right into the defense, and he'll get stuck up right back to the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Bringing up a third down.
Looking at the stop that time, looked as if it was Souls and McCulley helped, maybe Luke Brewer also helping out that time.
Well, Ragland is stepping up to the challenge on the front right there, so that's what you want to do. I mean, you had a disastrous first series, and the defense is making up for it right here.
Ray Albright, the tight end, has third down and 9, as he'll be the keeper for Fields, as he'll get spun around and gets a pretty good gain, close to but shy of the first down by about a couple of yards to set up a fourth down and about 2.5 yards to go. So obviously it looked as if, Eddie, that was the type of call that Lucas Weatherford thinks that this is 4-down territory.
Well, absolutely. I mean, no need. And you're too far to kick a field goal, and you're too close to punt. So you gotta make sure you right here. It's a no-brainer. You're just gonna go for it right here.
Fourth down and about a couple yards to go, as Robertson gets the call up the middle, breaks a couple of tackles, and gets the first down to keep the drive alive across the 35 of Ragland to inside the 34-yard line. The rest of Vincent's offense, by the way, wide receivers of Phoenix Maxwell, Aiden Poe, and Matson Davis, as also, by the way, the Realty Pros bring you that first down of the ball game for either team. Offensive line of Zach Gable at left tackle, left guard of Keller Flynn, Braden Abbott the center. It'll be Grayson Gould the right guard, and right tackle of Ethan McElrath. Snap, as Fields looking and dumps it down to the near side, complete to Albright, as he'll drag a defender with him across the 30 to the 27-yard line. So that was a really solid tackle that time for Ragland, as Aaron Lee comes up with the stop.
Well, it's a great open field tackle right there. It took that throw a long time, that play a long time to develop,
So we'll have a whistle, and looks like our first player down from the night. Game time temperatures, by the way, at 91 degrees, as tonight's game presented to you by Snow Timber. As we didn't have a lot of cramping issues yesterday, but with the early season heat, expect a lot of that this evening, as Albright, that made the reception, momentarily down, as he'll get up, and we'll take a second look at the catch, at that first down catch made by Albright.
Just trying to see if he went down awkwardly or something like that. It just looked like a routine play. Took that pass a long time to develop, and he looks it in. He makes a hand catch right there, which is great. He turns, he tucks right there, and Just trying to see what may have happened here, you know.
Well, there's Aaron Lee coming up and making a solid open field tackle. Actually, with the slow-mo, you see the form tackle that he makes right around the waist of Albright.
Visit our concession stand up at the top.
And at least from the naked eye up here, Albright at least was able to hop up and go off the field on his own power.
It looked like he may have twisted that ankle a little bit to the inside on that right leg. He's got that left knee has a brace on it, so you know that may be something to watch throughout the entirety of the game. He seems to be walking around pretty well on the sideline though.
Football to 28, so that was a gain of 5 on first down. Here's the option play, and the pitch goes to Robertson as he'll have to stutter step. And a good move that time to free himself of the defender as Robertson gets closer to the first down, as he's still shy by about a couple of yards, as you had Brett Sisson helping out on the tackle. Looking at the Ragland defense, you have Takorian Souls and Ladarius Rembert at the defensive tackle spots. Nose guard of Brandon McCulley. Outside linebackers, Drake Kay and Brett Sisson. And inside backers of Ethan Courtney and Luke Brewer. There'll be a third down and a long one to go as the snap and the keeper for Kaysen Fields as he'll easily get the first down inside the 20. And the first red zone opportunity of the night, and that'll be the second first down of this drive for the Vincent Yellow Jackets offense, as all of our first downs presented to you by the Realty Pros.
Right now, James, it looks like the timing on both teams is off a little bit right there. We're getting a lot of high snaps, and it's throwing the timing off of those zones, inside zones, and those quarterback traps. You know, it's just
Ragland Telephone Company presents our first quarter as a head of speed for Robertson as he'll coast into the end zone for the 19-yard touchdown.
Well, and if you notice, if you look at it, they got a hat on a hat, but it was a much better snap, and he was able to just put it immediately out, and they were able to make the blocks. A lot of times, you know, the guys make the blocks, but the snap throwing it off, it allows the defense time to recover.
Drive took 44 yards, results in a 19-yard touchdown by Rykellis Robertson, his first touchdown of the season. PAT try coming up as they'll set it up here in just a moment. That's coming on for the point after kick will be Daniel Campos. Here's the snap and the hold, and the kick on its way. It is up and it is good. So we'll take the timeout. 7:08 remaining in the opening quarter. Your score is Vincent 7 and Ragland nothing here on the FNN High School Game of the Week presented by Snow Timber Company.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Ragland Telephone Company brings you our first quarter, and Snow Timber Company presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week from Joan Ford Field on the campus, at least just off the campus, rather, of Ragland High School. James Hardy and Coach Eddie Bullock with you as our kickoffs this evening presented by Ragland Hardware and Feed, as Campos will handle the honors for the Vincent Yellow Jackets, as Ragland will try and answer that touchdown drive, as it'll be the kickoff returned by Braden Byers as he'll get some decent blocking, making some good moves out there as he'll try and create some space, and does so as he's still on his feet and to midfield on a nifty kickoff return that time, as Braden Byers sets his team up well with a first and 10 right around midfield.
Absolutely, that was a great kickoff return. You know, he started right, he turned back to the left, and he got him to over pursuit, and then he was able to, good athletes, able to pick and choose some holes going back to the right, and he almost broke it for 6.
So it'll be a first down and 10. They'll spot the ball just barely in Ragland's own side of the field at the Purple Devils' 49-yard line. So the first drive of the season for Ragland was a 3-and-out that resulted in an interception thanks to Vincent's safety, Aiden Poe. There's the snap, and it'll be the give to Aaron Lee as he'll get a good surge up the middle and go into Vincent territory at the Yellow Jackets' 46-yard line for a gain of about 5 yards. Looking at the Vincent defense, you have Ethan McElrath and KJ Chapman, as we mentioned, as the defensive ends, and the nose tackle of Braden Abbott. In the defensive backfield, the corners are Deontay Robertson as well as Skylar McCrimmon. Phoenix Maxwell and Aiden Poe are your safeties. And also the linebackers, outside backers, Jaden Roberts and Ray Albright, and Camden Cobb and Aiden Gassaway are your inside linebackers. As it'll be the give off the right side as Justin Steele gets the call and probably loses a yard, actually does lose a yard back to the 47-yard line. That's going to set up a 3rd down and about 6 to go. Now we've come, in fact, play has stopped because it is our heat timeout, and we will keep it right here. Our first heat timeout of the ball game, as once again our game this evening, our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Snow Timber Company, and our season of the FNN High School Game of the Week also brought to you by our friends joining us for the first time this season at Victory Law. There you see the Purple Devils of Ragland High School coming off of a second-place finish in Class 1A Region 6 a season ago, where they were 5-1. Their only loss in region play last year coming to Spring Garden. As they finished overall 6-5 against a very tough, especially non-region schedule in 2022. Last year, they had their first 4 games on the road. This year, their first 4 games at home. Just a little over 6 minutes left in the opening quarter, and so far the only scoring belonging to Vincent Robertson. As well, at least a little more specifics, Rykellis Robertson with a 19-yard touchdown run after Aiden Poe came up with the first turnover of the ball game on a 3rd down interception from the arm of Antoine Byers. So it'll be another 3rd down scenario coming up. Line to reach to the first down is the Vincent 41. Ball at the 47 of Vincent, so it'll be a 3rd down and 6. This is the second possession of the quarter so far for the Ragland Purple Devils. Shotgun snap, and this will be the RPO pass complete, and a nice one to Courtney, as he'll get the first down and a lot more as he'll stay on his feet and get a big gain into the red zone with a flag on the play in the middle of the field. So even if it goes on the Purple Devils of Ragland, that's going to be a first down presented by the Realty Pros on a big play in the passing game from Byers to Courtney.
Well, you had a fumble also, James. I don't know if they threw the beanbag. I think you may have had a block in the back, but then a face mask, but then you had a fumble as well.
Well, definitely saw the flag come in the middle of the field, and they're going to sort it all out here.
There's a lot going on that play.
So personal foul, helmet-to-helmet contact going on Vincent. As you are right, there was a fumble on the play that I missed, and the possession of the ball will go over to Vincent, as that is their second turnover of the ball game. And let's see if we can get a second look at that sequence of events. Our replays tonight brought to you by National Cement Company.
Flipping penalty called on Ragland. That penalty has been declined.
So the penalty obviously declined on helmet-to-helmet contact. So Vincent coming up with their second takeaway here in the first quarter. And that will, definitely negate as far as what would have been about a 30-yard pass completion. Actually, in the books will go as a pass completion.
Absolutely, and a fumble.
So here's a little razzle-dazzle coming up and nothing doing that time for at least the Yellow Jackets offense that time.
Down, Vincent.
Ragland was well in position on that play to make the stop. So it'll be a 2nd down and long coming up as we're approaching the 5-minute mark left in the opening quarter.
And so far, we only have 2 turnovers, and, Ragland has both of them, and they both been detrimental, too. One's drive stopper, and the other one, set up a good field position for a touchdown, the first one.
But it did look as if, as far as Ragland's offense is concerned, that they showed at least some big playability as far as that pass, despite both the penalty that was declined and the turnover.
Absolutely.
So let's see at least what the Ragland defense can do now that Vincent is back on the field.
That's what I mean about putting it together. You gotta put it together and stay consistent. You can't have what we call those drive killers.
Indeed. Ragland Telephone Company brings to you our first quarter action this evening. Also, a big thanks to FNN Bank, longtime partners of ours, for presenting our season coverage of the FNN High School football game of the week. And we'll have, looks like, a stoppage in place, so I think we will step aside with them as well, as we have 5 minutes and 16 seconds officially to go in the opening quarter, as it's a 7-0 lead for Vincent here on the FNN High School football game of the week, presented by Snow Timber Company.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Of Ragland High School here in St. Clair County, Ragland, Alabama, our site for the first Friday night game for us this season. Our second game of the week and the first game of the season for both teams. So second down coming up. The first down play lost a yard, so second down and 11. As it'll be Robertson on the zone read, and he's not going to get a whole lot on that carry either. As he'll run in right into the teeth of the defense. As there you saw, as far as Takorian Souls and the rest of his teammates along the defensive line helping out on that stop. And so that'll set up a third down, and they'll mark the ball around the original line of scrimmage, so a 1-yard gain for Robertson.
That's a great job by Ragland, front four. It's you got maybe a 1-yard gain right there. So, you got them third and long. It's obvious they got to throw the ball.
Fields rolls, doesn't have any help, so we'll tuck it and run as he needs around at least close to the 28-yard line, and he'll be, looks like, shy at the first down by about 3 or 4 yards. So it'll be punting time coming up for Vincent. So the first time that either team will have punted the football tonight. So that's a good 3-and-out, Eddie, for the Ragland defense to overcome the turnover from their offense. And that's going to set up some, looks like, should be good field position coming up. At least for the Ragland Purple Devils, as we'll have a punting situation, as back will be Braden Byers standing at the Vincent 46.
Back to receive.
So we'll have a late substitution coming in for Ragland as the punt will be booted away. Byers drops the football but pounces on it, or does he? Well, let's see who comes up with it, and it will be, I thought so, and it was Ragland that kept possession of the ball.
To a recovery by Vincent.
So far, Ragland's been very sloppy with the football early on, as they've already had 2 turnovers and were precariously close to another turnover.
Absolutely. I know that'll be a point of emphasis at halftime. The coach is going to want to make sure he clean all of that up.
On the 41-yard line.
Ray Albright with the punt that time for Vincent. Yes, it'll be Ragland with their best starting field position, as they've had some solid starting field position on all 3 of their drives, as we'll have a whistle and officials timeout on the field. Snow Timber Company presents our FNN High School football game of the week. Also, first quarter brought to you by Ragland Telephone Company, as the officials at least trying to sort things out down on the field. Both of these teams met in the 2022 season opener a year ago. And it looks as if the team's being called to the sidelines, so let's go ahead and take the break with them, as it's 4:08 left in the opening quarter, and still Vincent 7 and Ragland nothing.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Snow Timber Company presents tonight's FNN High School football game of the week. 4:08 left in the opening quarter as Vincent scored the opening touchdown on their opening drive of the season off an Aiden Poe interception off the arm of Antoine Byers for Ragland. Markellis Robertson cashed that in with a 19-yard touchdown run, as it'll be a first down carry up the middle and big room for Lee as he could go all the way. He's going to go touchdown Purple Devils.
Carry up the middle by number 21.
41 yards on the touchdown run for Aaron Lee, his first touchdown of the season. So that was a huge hole brought to you by that Ragland offensive line. I was not sure if we're going to get a National Cement Company second look at that, but in either case, a big play for Ragland. It's here 1 point away from tying it up.
That's great blocking there. He went completely untouched.
Here comes the PAT try, the first of the season for Jagger Cox. Handling the kicking duties this year for the Purple Devils for Coach Wes Tidwell. As the snap and kick a bit low that time. Does it get over? It does not, as it's no good. So it's a 7-6 lead for Vincent, but Ragland responds as we'll take this timeout on the FNN High School football game of the week.
The Food Barn in Ragland offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglandFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Ragland.
A one-play drive that time for the Ragland Purple Devils as they were able to get a 3-and-out on defense after the Ethan Courtney fumble on their second drive of this first quarter. And all it took was the 41-yard touchdown scamper by Aaron Lee. As now both teams have put a touchdown on the board here in the opening quarter of the 2023 season for both teams. So it'll be Jagger Cox once again set up to kick off for the Purple Devils. Cox will get a light end over end kick. That'll be taken about the 29-yard line by a Vincent Upman, as he'll be advanced about 8 yards or so to around the 37 or the 38-yard line. And receiving the kickoff was Quintarius Robertson for the Vincent Yellow Jackets, as that kickoff presented by Ragland Hardware and Feed. So first down and 10 coming up. First quarter brought to you by the Ragland Telephone Company. As Vincent still in their pre-play huddle on the far sideline. Vincent in the white tops and the bottoms as the visiting team. And of course the Purple Devils of Ragland in their purple tops and bottoms. A 3-and-out last time for the Vincent offense as they'll set up shop from inside their own 40 at the 38. Pistol formation as Cason Fields will hand off to Robertson, trying to speed toward the near side as he'll break out of one tackle and speed upfield and gets close to a bit further upfield, about the 44 their own for Vincent, on a gain of about 6 yards. It looked as if that one of the defensive backs that time for Ragland had an opportunity to stop Robertson around the line of scrimmage, but couldn't quite do so.
Right, the cornerback had to come up actually and force him out of bounds right there. They were one block away from that being a pretty good run.
Clock stopped at 3:41 remaining in the opening quarter. 10 on the play clock as it'll set up a 2nd down and 4 to go. Snap, and Robertson with this stretch handoff play as he'll dive toward the 1st down marker. And he's close to that 1st down depending on the spot. Needed the 48-yard line, and I think where they're spotting that, I believe that's going to be good enough for the 1st down.
It's another high snap as well, too. I mean, it's just throwing the rhythm of even though he got a 1st down, those high snaps are throwing the rhythm of the game off.
Another Realty Pros 1st down for the Vincent Yellow Jackets. Their 3rd of the ball game. As they'll try and at least extend their lead, up 1 at 7-6. 1st down and 10, their own 48. Shotgun for Fields as he'll get the snap. Look to throw and has a wide open receiver down the far side, and this is going to go all the way for Phoenix Maxwell as he'll score the touchdown for Vincent.
Well, he safety was out of position, the cornerback was out of position. There was nobody within 10 to 15 yards of him.
So here's our second look from the National Cement Company as nobody near Phoenix Maxwell as he goes in for the touchdown of 52 yards. First touchdown reception for Maxwell, 1st touchdown pass of the season for Fields. As that'll make it a 13-7 lead, or 13-6 rather. As you'll have Campos come on for the extra point. Daniel Campos already successfully converting his 1st PAT try of the night. So they're in their special formation. Now they'll snap and try and get the 2-point conversion as the toss into the end zone for a wide open receiver, and the 2-point conversion is successful. Jay Posey on the receiving end is that 2-point conversion. As you'll take the second look presented by National Cement Company. And there you see a free 2 points basically for Vincent as they're now up 15-6 as we'll take the timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
A 52-yard touchdown pass for Fields to Maxwell, plus the 2-point conversion makes it a 15-6 lead with 2:49 remaining opening quarter, as we'll have yet another kickoff presented by Ragland Hardware and Feed. End over end kick, as it'll be Lee fielding from his own 15-yard line. Had to speed up the field. He has a hole, 40, 45, 50, trying to tightrope the sideline. He's going to go a long way until the 20-yard line. As Vincent Special Teams at least saved the touchdown for dear life, as we'll take another look at that long kickoff return thanks to National Cement Company.
Well, they just got some great blocking on the outside. I mean, they formed that wall, and he had the speed to get up there.
Saving the touchdown was the kicker, Daniel Campos, as Ragland once again trying to answer, now down 9. So it'll be Antoine Byers and company back out onto the field. As Vincent will be starting with their backs against the wall defensively for the second consecutive drive. This time, the starting field position for Ragland will be at the 20-yard line. Pistol formation, as it'll be the give to Aaron Lee as he'll run right into the arms of a couple of Vincent defenders, but fights his way inside the 20 for about a yard. Solid defensive look that time for Vincent as they were able to easily recognize that zone read handoff from Byers to Lee.
Well, that was the same play that they ran that they scored on the last play.
Aaron Lee, a 41-yard touchdown earlier in this first quarter as we approach the 2-minute mark left in the opening quarter. And we're going to have, looks as if, a substitution, I believe, into the game. As there you see the front line for Ragland set up as a little miscommunication that time as you had Antoine Byers run into one of his teammates and kind of mess up the play as Ladarius Rimbert now in at running back as those two collided and messed up the play. So that's going to mark it back across the 20 or around the 25-yard line. They'll give forward progress at the 24. So it's going to be third down and a long 14, about 15 yards to go. So the line to reach for the first down will be the 10-yard line. Approaching the 1-minute mark left in the opening quarter. Our game presented by Snow Timber Company. First quarter by the Ragland Telephone Company.
Well, you got another penalty, delay of game, I believe.
I think you're right, so that'll mark it off certainly 5 yards. So too much time taken by the Ragland offense as far as getting the play off.
And again, you got a great return, and you've already lost 13,
Here's the snap and the rollout and the quick throw into coverage, and that is incomplete, intended for Ethan Courtney as Ray Albright, the linebacker, in coverage for Vincent. So it's going to be a fourth down and well out of kicking range for Ragland. So no man's land as far as a coaching decision coming up, and probably going to go for it to at least get a bit better field position for the Purple Devils defense.
Absolutely. You got to. You're on the 30-yard line. I mean, it's too far to kick a field goal. You're talking about a 40-yard, 47-yard field goal. And, so you're talking, you at least want to stay where you are, get a, 3 or 4 yard gain is just as good as a punt.
Here's the snap as Byers will throw down the field into coverage, and that's a jump ball and incomplete. There you see both numbers 19 for Ragland. On the receiving end, at least the intended receiving end, was Jagger Cox, and his counterpart 19, Deontay Robertson, in corner coverage for Vincent. So just a jump ball as Robertson getting the edge that time and making sure that ball falls to the ground. A turnover on downs as we're officially under 1 minute left in the opening quarter. And it's been a back and forth quarter so far, but Vincent has had the lead since their opening drive of the game. They were able to get an Aiden Poe interception on Ragland's opening drive and then cash that in with Raquelis Robertson's 19-yard touchdown run. Aaron Lee answered the 41-yard touchdown run. And then Phoenix Maxwell hooked up with Kaysen Fields for a 52-yard touchdown reception. As Vincent almost lost the ball that time, but the Yellow Jackets able to maintain possession as Quintarius Robertson falls on the football.
Yep, it was almost disaster right there.
Ragland Telephone Company brings to you our first quarter from Joan Ford Field here in Ragland. These two teams meeting to open up the season for the second consecutive year. This should be the final play of the opening quarter, coming down to the waning seconds of this first quarter. Fields in the shotgun, and before that we have a flag thrown by the official at the near side.
Flag called on the play.
Prior to the snap, don't start on the offense. Still second down.
So it'll mark it back 5 yards, a second and long coming up. Right now at almost 10 seconds remaining should be the final play that we see from scrimmage of this first quarter. In fact, the clock running, we won't see another play here in the opening quarter as the first quarter in the books. From Ragland, Joan Ford Field, as it's Vincent leading after one, 15-6 on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Snow Timber Company.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Ragland Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN.
Ragland, Alabama, just about a stone's throw away from the campus of Ragland High School. Our second quarter brought to you by Catering 101 this evening. It'll be Vincent football as they have a 15-6 lead, as both teams have been able to punch the ball in the end zone. A bit sloppy play so far from Ragland. They've already had 2 turnovers this evening, 1 fumble, and also an interception on their opening drive of the season.
Well, in the last series they actually went backwards. A great kickoff return, and then they got negative yardage.
Here's Fields keeping on the zone read as they'll cross the 25 to the 26-yard line on a second down and about 17 or 19. A long way to go still for the first down. A decent gain, but still well behind the sticks, Eddie, for a third and very long coming up for the Yellow Jackets of Vincent.
Absolutely, and all you can do right here is either throw it deep, try to get some deep, or get some in space, or either run or draw. Get them dropping back in the coverage and run or draw, and hope to have a big gain.
So that was a 6-yard gain for Cason Fields up the middle. So it'll be third down and 13, just underway in the second quarter. Fields with 3 receivers on the play as he'll fire the fade pass into double coverage, and that's incomplete. Good coverage that time. There you see Aaron Lee, as well as also one of his fellow defenders for the Purple Devils helping out. I believe that was Grayson Hay, the safety, as part of that double coverage.
That was excellent coverage right there. You had a man on top, and you had one underneath, and that's exactly how Coach wanted played right there. Ragland should get great field position again off of this punt.
So it'll be another punt coming up. Ray Albright handling punting duties as he'll kick it away. Pretty solid kick that time. As it'll be Byers set to return as he'll go across midfield. Braden Byers, that is. So about the 47-yard line of Vincent. As he'll have once again outstanding field position, as field position hasn't been the issue so far tonight, Eddie, as far as the Ragland offense is concerned. Just sloppy play, and really they haven't established any sort of consistent rhythm so far.
Absolutely. Like I said, you got another great return right here. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with it. You have the 50-yard line, and, you can't go backwards. You got to get some kind of positive yardage, to get a team an opportunity,
In motion is Ethan Courtney, as here's an option look, and the pitch going to Aaron Lee as he'll get wrapped up and taken down from behind for the losses. There you see Ray Albright, the leader of the defense, according to Coach Lucas Weatherford for Vincent, leading the way on the solo tackle.
And see, that's a negative play right there. Defensive end, outside linebacker over there, which the outside linebacker, I believe, done an excellent job at slow play, and we call that he jab at the quarterback and make him pitch it, pitch it on air, and then he go make a play. You know, the quarterback has to turn that up and attack his inside shoulder. To attack his inside shoulder, he'll make him commit.
That'll be a loss of 3 on the play for Lee. 2nd and 13, snap, and Lee right up the middle as he'll get those yards back. And then about a couple more as he'll go back into Vincent territory at the Yellow Jackets' 49-yard line. So solid 4-yard gain that time, so it'll be 3rd down and 9 to go. Now this is the third down scenario that we've seen right off the top of my head tonight as far as the Ragland offenses. The first time was a costly interception that led to Vincent's first touchdown of the ball game.
Well, and again, you're talking about 3rd and 9, so it's obvious passing down. I mean, there's no 9-yard play you can design. I mean, it's either you're going to throw it deep to get the first down or you're going to
Byers going down the field, and that's intercepted. Aiden Poe once again on the interceptions. That's his 2nd interception of the first half as he was waiting in coverage for that dying duck to come into his hand.
Absolutely, he has an eye for the football. I mean, he's reading the quarterback eyes, and wherever he throw it, he just go and get it.
Drake Kay was the intended receiver, but that pass not close enough to get to Kay as Poe pulls it in for his 2nd pick of the night.
The Poe has player of the week stats already with 2 interceptions.
So he'll certainly, depending on how this game develops, would definitely get a look as far as player of the week this week. Second quarter brought to you by Catering 101. As the Yellow Jackets of Vincent have the ball at their own 42-yard line. Approaching 9 minutes left until halftime. 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side, and there you see the pistol look for Fields as he'll pitch it to Robertson. Good blocking, so he'll cut it up the field, and he could go as he gets out of the pack. He's in the opening, and he's going to score. Touchdown, Vincent.
That's that speed we're talking about right there. You know, he made a couple of guys miss, and
a second look at that 58-yard touchdown run.
Dead leg right there. He stick his foot in the ground, and it's just too much speed for him to recover. Once you if you don't take the proper angle on him, you can't make it up. Too much speed.
National Cement Company shows you the moves and the speed from Rykellis Robertson on his 2nd touchdown run of the evening. Makes it 21-6. Vincent was able to get the 2-point conversion last time as they're going to set up for Daniel Campos's PAT kick.
All right, this will give them 22, so take two-point conversions for.
Low snap, but the kick on its way. It is up, and it is good. So 22-6 in favor of Vincent. 9:03 remaining in the opening half. As you're watching the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Snow Timber Company.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Snow Timber Company brings you our FNN High School Football Game of the Week as our kickoff brought to you by Ragland Hardware and Feed. Thanks to Vincent's Daniel Campos, as this will be his 4th kickoff of the first half. Campos gets a good kickoff, and it'll be at least dropped on the back pedal that time for Ragland, as they'll pick it up and try and make something out of nothing and advance it to the 20-yard line where Braden Byers dropped it momentarily, but was at least able to keep possession and get a few yards on that play.
Leads to a Purple Devils.
First down and 10 coming up for the Purple Devils of Ragland, as they are playing their first of 4 consecutive home games to open up the 2023 season. And on the flip side, unlike last year as far as down the stretch, that means Ragland will be on the road a lot going down the stretch of this season. So the Purple Devils obviously needing to make their hay at home early in the season, as there's the give and not much going for Aaron Lee, as he'll go right into the middle of the Vincent defense and doesn't get a whole lot, as Albright helping out on the tackle. Approaching 8.5 minutes remaining in the opening half. As here you see our Power 5 as far as the preseason in our area. We'll see Cherokee County next week. B.B. Comer at number 2. Handley 3, Leeds 4, and also Piedmont at number 5. Catering 101 brings you our second quarter, as it'll be a pistol look for Antoine Byers. Here's the quick pass that's bobbled and caught complete at the near side, but nothing doing that time, as you have at least a couple of receivers at the near side. It'd be Braden Byers coming down with the reception, but he'll lose about 3 yards, maybe more that time with the flag on the play.
Well, there you are again, another negative play.
This time, the negative play going a face mask to bail out.
First down.
To bail out Ragland. So a Vincent penalty. And so that's going to, I believe, move the sticks. So indeed, Eddie, that's a fortunate break for Ragland.
Right, because they would have been looking at, 3rd and long again.
So that's going to give the Purple Devils a free first down as we go under 8 minutes left until halftime. So that is a gift first down courtesy of both the Vincent defense and also our presenters for first downs tonight in the Realty Pros.
I'm sure Vincent coach is upset because they had him stop dead in the tracks right there, and all you had to do was just wrap up and hold on to him.
Well, they had to figure out, the officiating crew, where to spot the football, so they're going to spot it back around the 29-yard line, just inside the 29.
I never understood that. It looked like if I was doing it, I would look down at the yard mark, and if it was on one, you just go 15 yards. But sometimes I think that the officials actually walk off the distance, and can be kind of confusing to me.
Well, it's certainly the season opener for the officials as well. So they're trying to get into their midseason groove as well, as we'll have a whistle and we'll have a timeout on the field. So we'll take the timeout with them with 7:31 remaining until halftime. And your score remains Vincent 22 and Ragland 6 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented by Snow Timber.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online, or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices, and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Seven minutes, 31 seconds remaining until halftime, as Vincent has led the entire way so far, up 22-6 in the season opener for both teams over the Ragland Purple Devils. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock with you from Joan Ford Field here in Ragland. Our second of 2 games this week, as we'll return to our usual Friday night rotation next week, as we'll be making that trip for the first time this season up to the Field of Champions to Piedmont, as it'll be a big regular season debut coming up for Jonathan Miller next week. Here's the play action. Before that, we have a whistle and a stoppage in play. There'll be a flag on the play. There'll be a false start called on Ragland.
Well, see, again, you had 1st and 10, now you got 1st and 15.
So an inauspicious start to the season so far for Ragland, as they've had already 2 turnovers this evening, as well as numerous penalties. And some of the keys tonight for West Tidwell: play sound football, limit mistakes including turnovers, and capitalizing in the red zone. And really so far they've, at least through a quarter and a half, not really met those goals so far tonight. 2 receivers each side. Here's the keeper, and a good fake that time by Antoine Byers as he'll scoot out of bounds across the 35 to the 37-yard line. So that'll get them, at least Ragland, about 4 yards shy of the first down.
That was a great fake right there. It fooled me. I thought, running back had the ball going up the middle.
So that was a 1st and 15, and that got them 11 yards on first down. So that's going to set up a 2nd and about 4 yards to go.
And that's what you want to play call with. That's ideal play calling right there.
So under the 7.5-minute mark until halftime. For Vincent, they've gotten 2 Rykellis Robertson touchdown runs, and also a Phoenix Maxwell touchdown reception from the arm of Cason Fields. As here's the give to Lee as he'll fight for and get his first down. So one of the rare first downs so far presented by the Realty Pros for Ragland. They'll keep the drive alive, and the football will be spotted around, in fact, just on our right side of the 40-yard line.
Ray put his head down and popped it up in there that time, and that's what you want right there. Hey, it was like, hey, let's get it on 2nd. We don't want to have to try it again on 3rd.
So Aaron Lee is fighting and successfully doing so for the first down.
I love second and short or 2nd to mid.
Here's the snap and the give to Lee as he'll lower the shoulder and get about a yard or 2 to around the 42-yard line. That's a good physical tackle that time on the part of Vincent, as you had Abbott and others helping out for the Yellow Jackets. Approaching 6 minutes remaining in the opening half. So far, not a lot of rhythm as far as the pace to this ball game, especially on the Ragland side. Vincent has been able to certainly cash in on numerous mistakes tonight for Ragland. 2nd down and about 8, as here's the give to Lee, coming to the near side to the 45-yard line, actually between the hash marks and the numbers.
Gary on the play. Gains a couple of yards.
And check that, Rembert, actually the backup running back, getting the call, as he was able to get a good physical run in that time. So they're going to spot the ball just shy at their own 46 for Ragland. So the line to reach the 50. A 3rd and 4 coming up as we have the Heat timeout with just under 6 minutes left until halftime. 5:52 left in the opening half, as your score remains Vincent 22 and Ragland 6.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Second quarter, in fact, past the halfway point of the second quarter here on our first Friday game of the season, our 2nd of the week here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you this evening by Snow Timber Company. Second quarter, as you see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, brought to you by Catering 101. So Ragland trying to earn themselves at least another first down on this drive, already 1 on the drive. But they've been down all night long, and this is their home opener in the first of 4 consecutive home games for the Ragland Purple Devils. Line to reach midfield on a 3rd and 4. Man in motion in Braden Byers as we have an early head start along the defensive line for Vincent. And it looked as if, I think, Chapman got the early start at the...
Encroachment on the defense. It's a 5-yard penalty. Third down.
So it's a 5-yard penalty, but you heard the official there from the Alabama High School Athletic Association inadvertently say third down because that is, by penalty, a first down brought to you by the Realty Pros. So once again, still the officials also getting the early season jitters out of their system. So it'll be a Realty Pros first down for Ragland. Now at the Vincent 49. Byers will toss the bubble screen pass to the far side. That's complete to Braden Byers as he'll go upfield and get close to the first down. So Ragland starting to get a little rhythm offensively as National Cement Company presents that second look at the pass completion.
Well, they're kind of keeping it short. You know, those basically we call long handoffs. So they're kind of getting it out there in space. And, you know, it's a good thing when you're not having a lot of success and you're making a lot of mistakes.
Looks like there's a flag on the play.
So just a little over 5 minutes left in the opening half as there is a late flag. And it's going to be a holding call going on Ragland. So another mistake that time on the part of the Purple Devils as they shoot themselves in the foot after a successful first down play.
And those are drive killers, James. I say it over and over again. I mean, you can't, you know, get a first down, you know, and you know, think you hit it in the right direction and then you do something to go backwards. I mean, that just kills your momentum. Now instead of 1st and 10, you're 1st and 15. So got to go 5 extra yards, and it just, you know, as a coach, man, it just drives you crazy.
Would it surprise you right now if Pell City's up on Moody right now?
Actually, it would.
Pell City's up 14-0 in the second quarter, their season opener against Moody.
Okay. So Rush Probst's working his magic.
At least so far to open up the season. Of course, Moody, one of the top teams in Class 5A last year. Here's the screen pass to Byers complete.
Oh,
he'll get out of one tackle, and it gets wrapped around. Might have been a face mask, at least potentially that time, but Byers goes upfield after the holding penalty and gets much of the penalty yards back as National Cement presents the replay.
Oh, that's great play call, and that's a great dead leg right there. He stuck his foot. I mean, he just froze him in his tracks. Yeah, I think they may have missed a face mask.
Well, it wasn't a face mask, but at least the tackle around the shoulder pads that time.
Well, it looked like he hit him first, though, you know.
So coming up on the tackle was Raikelis Robertson as far as from his secondary spot. Braden Byers on the reception for Ragland as he'll be the option keeper for Antoine Byers as he'll get across the original line of scrimmage into Vincent territory. Just shy of the 45, around the 47-yard line.
Third down.
So that was a solid 5 yards on 2nd and 13. This is going to set up a 3rd down and 8. Line to reach just on the other side of the 40 at the 39 coming up for Ragland.
Well, he did a better job that time of getting north and south right there. He turned his shoulders up and, you know, he made the linebacker have to make a decision. So that's what you want out of that play.
Another scoreboard update as Cherokee County all over Alexandria late first half, 34-0 up in center. And this hour action, 3rd down and 8 as Ragland's Byers drops to throw. Antoine Byers, that is, as he'll get out of trouble. No, he won't. That's a really good one-arm tackle that time on the Vincent sack for Jaden Roberts.
Brought down in the backfield.
So Antoine Byers sacked for the first time tonight as a timeout called for on the field by Vincent with 3:01 remaining in the opening half. We'll go ahead and take the timeout with him as it's 22-6 Vincent with the lead late second quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week presented by Snow Timber Company.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
more than 3 minutes, 3:04 to be exact, in the opening half, as the lead belonging to Vincent, as it has since the very early moments of tonight's season opener for both teams. Vincent and Ragland as part of our FNN high school football game of the week, the first Friday game for us of the season. Drake K will drop back to punt. That's the first time we've seen K punt so far this evening. As he'll punt it away, and watching it go back beyond him for Vincent will be Phoenix Maxwell, as he'll watch it go dead around the 9-yard line. So productive punt, very productive punt, I should say, for Drake K, the junior punter. And so that'll back up the Vincent Yellow Jackets deep in their own territory. And this is where, Eddie, if you're Ragland, you've got to be able to make some sort of play with your defense.
Absolutely, and if you're Ragland, you got to come up with a big defensive stop right here, and
Purple Devils 6.
If you're Vincent, you don't want to make any mistakes back there. You want to, if you can get 1 or 2 big run plays, then you want to kind of loosen up a little bit. But other than that, you rather just kind of keep it conservative and run some clock. With a little under 3 minutes to go.
Kason Fields, the junior, comes back out onto the field at quarterback for Vincent. Rykellis Robertson, who's already had a big night tonight, as he'll get the carry, trying to go off right end, as he'll break out of a couple tackles, and he'll get into the open field, and he could be running for a while. And he's taken down for dear life that time, as you had a Ragland defensive back that time, and Brett Sisson making the touchdown-saving stop on Rykellis Robertson for the Realty Pros first down. And there you see the National Cement second look at Rykellis Robertson, looking as if he's probably one of the top running backs, not only in Class 2A, but the entire state. And Eddie Bullock tells me it'll be all negated on a false start. But I tell you what, I've been really impressed with what we've seen from Rykellis Robertson tonight.
Right, you're talking about possibly a 50, 60-yard run right there that, just got called back because of illegal procedure.
And Eddie, when it comes to Class 2A, when you look at Robertson, there's not a whole lot of guys in Class 2A that's going to be able to catch foot for foot the speed of Rykellis Robertson.
Absolutely. I mean, Robertson, he got what we call afterburners.
That he does, a little rocket in those shoes.
And right here, you have to kind of not give it to him again. Right here, give him a little break,
Fields on the keeper as Braden Byers wraps him up inside the 5 around the 3-yard line. As West Tidwell and the Ragland Purple Devils will use one of their timeouts.
Well, you got unsportsmanlike conduct right there. A little extracurricular activity after the play right there, and you want to hope it's, Ragland didn't shoot themselves on the foot again, because you got them pinned inside the 5-yard line. You're talking about the 2.5, maybe 3-yard line.
Yeah, around 2.5 minutes to go until halftime.
You don't want to get that unsportsmanlike. And
that's indeed what it is that personal foul after the play.
You're talking, 15-yard of first down?
That's right. So that's going to keep the drive alive and also, more importantly, give Vincent some operating room for their offense.
Absolutely. You don't want to give Robertson time to catch his breath,
So Rykellis Robertson, that is already with 2 touchdowns this evening. As looking at West Tidwell, not exactly thrilled with his team's performance so far this evening. I mean, we can look at him from all the way up in our press box vantage point, and I'm just going to say this, Eddie, I'll be happy that I'm not in the Ragland locker room at halftime.
Absolutely. I mean, just too many mistakes.
As I'm sure it will not be for the faint of heart at halftime. Shotgun for Fields as he'll fire the bubble screen pass complete to Phoenix Maxwell, as he'll lower his head and get about 3 yards or so. On the play is Jagger Cox, the man on the tackle. So we're approaching the 2-minute mark, as we'll have, looks as if a whistle to stop play, as the clock will stop momentarily at 2:07 left until halftime, and we do have a timeout on the field. And looks as if that Maxwell is down along the far sideline as he's going to be helped up, and probably maybe a couple of his teammates and the trainers help him out off the field across the way. Phoenix Maxwell already with a touchdown reception this evening. A humid evening last night and this evening as far as opening week of high school football in the state of Alabama. Probably going to be that way usually for about the next couple of weeks or so, and certainly once you get about halfway into the seasons when you definitely feel the effects of the weather start to cool down.
And you're talking extremely hot. I mean, last night I looked at the temperature at the start of the game. It was 90 degrees, and tonight I looked at it and it was 94, so.
Definitely a hot one this week across the state of Alabama to open up the high school football season. Of course, that means that the coaches, players, basically everybody making sure that these players are well hydrated before, during, and after the game. Cason Fields operates on 2nd and 7 as he'll give off to Robertson for about a yard gain off the right side of the line. Looks as if Rimbert and a couple of his teammates for Ragland, including Luke Brewer, help out on the tackle. Catering 101 presents our second quarter. Late moments of the second quarter as Vincent has definitely quieted the crowd and kept this Ragland home crowd quiet throughout the night.
And Ragland Vincent may want to look at play they ran earlier. You know, they're doing a lot out of trip formations. You know, I would give them some double-doubles and you know, see if I can't get that cornerback coming down here pretty hard. And then if I do, you know.
Here's Robertson with the opening as he needs around the 29 for the first down. And where the officials, I believe, are going to spot it, that's going to be close, if not just enough for the first down. And if it is, that'll be yet another Realty Pros first down. And looks as if right now that Lucas Weatherford just wants to keep the ball on the ground. See if maybe Raikelis Robertson has another monster run in him, or if not, just be satisfied with a 2-score lead as there's another flag.
Yeah, I think he got a hold on that play.
So some sloppy play as far as the penalty flags for both teams on this drive. As we'll have the head referee stop play, and it'll be a timeout called for by Ragland. So let's take the timeout with them. Late first half here from Joan Ford Field as it's still Vincent 22 and Ragland 6. Snow Timber brings you our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Also, our longtime friends at the Grub Mart, the home of the 99-cent bag of ice, bring you our season coverage of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And there you see our folks from the Grub Mart and also Catering 101 that bring you our second quarter. So it'll be third down, and they'll say 3rd and 10. As Robertson gets met immediately on the handoff in the backfield, and he'll go down for a huge
down
loss.
In the backfield by a host.
It'll be Rembert leading the way on the tackle for Ragland. And so it's going to be a 4th down, and the clock will stop with officially 47 seconds remaining in the first half. A timeout on the field also reminds us to tell you that you can check all of our action as far as our content that we bring to you on the FNN 24/7 channel, and our FNN High School Football Game of the Week next Friday will be up at the Field of Champions for a top 5 showdown. 2 of the top teams in classes 3A and 4A 4A Cherokee County and 3A Piedmont from the Field of Champions. And, of course, our coverage always begins at 6:30. And there you see what our schedule will look like next week. And don't forget another edition of the FNN Coaches Show coming up Tuesday night from Stretch Wings in Oxford, as we certainly invite you to come out for some good food and high school football discussion. And also we'll have our very first FNN High School Player of the Week to award coming up this week. Also, certainly would like to thank Urban Ristique on Highway 78 in Oxford for presenting our FNN High School Football Game of the Week as Braden Byers bobbles momentarily and falls down at the 48-yard line. 41 seconds to go as Albright with the punt has Victory Law, another one of our fine season sponsors, a first-time sponsor at least season-wide for this year. First down and 10 coming up. Maybe just enough time for Ragland to try and put something together.
Absolutely. They got great field position. They got 41 seconds, so that's why you do the math. You do 6 times.
Byers will throw down the field and has Jagger Cox behind the defense and overthrows him.
Wide open.
Pass is going to fall incomplete.
I tell you what, I think as we look at the National Cement Company second look, Antoine Byers wants this throwback again. As also Jagger Cox got turned around.
He walks in the end zone if he just play pitch and catch with that one.
Yeah, just overthrows Cox that time because that was a great play call by Wes Tidwell and his coaches on the sideline, but just a matter of executing, which Ragland could not do.
Right, and you're looking at about 6 seconds of play if you get out of bounds. So you're talking at least 5 more plays they got within 36 seconds.
Here's Byers to throw. He's under pressure as he'll escape trouble. Let's see what he decides to do. As he'll toss, has a wide open receiver complete to the far side to Ethan Courtney. As he'll go upfield to around the 21-yard line, out of bounds. That'll be a Realty Pros first down and also brings us a National Cement second look.
That's an excellent play right there by a good quarterback. He took advantage of a bad angle right there on the outside. That's why you always go top shoulder. If you go top shoulder, he has to step down inside, and you can prevent that play or you can limit it,
27-yard gain on 2nd and 10 as we'll have some movement on the defensive line rather.
Snap infraction on the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. First down.
They say,
hey, coach.
They say rather that the center for the Ragland Purple Devils, Brandon Hill, on an illegal snap caused the Vincent defense to move early.
That's the old start and stop snap right there.
Exactly. First and 15 rather. As Byers on the roll, in trouble, and just gets rid of it into traffic, and that's knocked out of bounds.
Well, you don't want to make that throw, James. It's better to just, where you are, just better to run out of bounds. If you're going to throw it, just heave it all the way downfield.
So that's going to end the first half here at Joan Ford Field. It's been pretty much all Vincent so far this evening, as Raquelis Robertson has ripped off 2 touchdown runs this evening. And our halftime score from Joan Ford Field, Vincent 22 and Ragland 6.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
The The Food Barn in Ragland offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglandFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Ragland.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Major Emily Morgan.
Halftime here at Joan Ford Field, just off of the campus of Ragland High School, as the Calhoun County Commission presents to you our halftime coverage and our game coverage this evening by Snow Timber Company. James Hardy and also Coach Eddie Bullock with you, as there you see the fine folks, the quintet of folks on the Calhoun County Commission, as they invite you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. So it looks as if that we'll have the Ragland Marching Band as well as maybe the Vincent Marching Band performing for us at halftime.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ragland High School family proudly presents the pride of St. Clair County, the Ragland High School Marching Band. The 2023 halftime show is The Beatles. Tonight's selection is I Want to Hold Your Hand.
Oh, really? When you were 5 years old, work at the prison. I don't know, my mama did it.
Once again, welcome your 2023 Ragland Marching Band, the pride of St. Clair County. Drum Major Corbin Mallard, is your band ready?
Oh my gosh, it's growing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pride of St. Clair County, the Ragland High School Marching Band.
Oh my God.
High School Marching Band. Color Guard Captain Allison Bradley, Lindsay Ellis. Choreographer Kelsey Vincent. Color Guard sponsor Julia Booth. And band director is Al DeMille. We hope you enjoy tonight's show.
The Ragland and Vincent marching bands at halftime as the Calhoun County Commission presents our halftime coverage. We'll take this time out, and we'll have more from Ragland from Joan Ford Field after this on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find a full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Ragland Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN.
The high school football Game of the Week brought to you by Snow Timber Company, as also our halftime presented by the Calhoun County Commission, as we come to you from Joan Ford Field for our first Friday game of the season, as Vincent has led wire to wire so far in the first half, as they've benefited from a couple of takeaways as well as 2 touchdown runs from Rykellis Robertson of 19 yards as well as 58 yards, and also thrown in there for Vincent scoring-wise is a 52-yard touchdown pass from Caton Fields to Phoenix Maxwell. And the only score tonight so far for Ragland has been a 41-yard touchdown run in the first quarter by Aaron Lee. So that's how we've gotten to the 22-6 score so far this evening. And a lot of things to present to you as far as what we're adding to as far as our high school coverage here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, including our FNN ball toss as far as wherever we go. And there you see at halftime, presented to you as always by Bama Sheds. So we'll be inundating the folks wherever we're at with the halftime ball toss, as I believe as far as what Bama Sheds you can do as far as Bama Sheds is concerned is bring those balls to them, to Bama Sheds, and they'll give you a nice little 10% discount on any of their products in the store. So a big thanks to Bama Sheds for teaming up with us as far as our FNN ball toss at halftime each and every week as part of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. So still a lot more to come, as this is the very opening week of the high school football season, not only for us here at FNN, but all across the state of Alabama. As don't forget, as far as our next presentation, as far as our FNN coverage of the high school football season, of course, on Tuesday nights, beginning at 7 o'clock every Tuesday night during the season, from Struts Wings in Oxford, as we'll have players, coaches, myself, Jim, Joe Medley, and others as far as a high school football discussion around our area, and we'll also be awarding as far as our first FNN Player of the Week for the 2023 season. And be sure to pay attention to us here on FNN and on our social media platforms as far as who will receive the opening week's edition as far as the FNN Player of the Week. And there you see our 24/7 Sports Channel 1 as far as one of the ways to find our coverage as far as high school sports in our area. And certainly appreciate you for being with us as far as all 13 seasons that we've been presenting the best of high school football in our area on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Looks at that Vincent coming up out of the halftime locker room as far as their pregame warm-ups, and that reminds us to tell you we will be at the Field of Champions. We actually didn't make a trip up to Piedmont last season. Actually, it's been a little bit. Actually, it'll be my first time actually as part of FNN up to the Field of Champions next week. Very much looking forward to that, and going to be a very interesting storyline just as far as the coaching debut, the regular season coaching debut at Piedmont for Jonathan Miller, as Cherokee County returning as one of the top teams in Class 4A after advancing to the state championship game down at Jordan-Hare Stadium a season ago, where they lost to the Andalusia Bulldogs last year in the 4A state championship. And Piedmont coming off of a 3A state championship game appearance where they lost to St. James also at Jordan-Hare Stadium on the campus of Auburn University last December. So with those two programs, should be two state championship contenders once again this year. And for Cherokee County, it'll be their second game of the season, and Piedmont again opening up the season like they did last year with Cherokee County, this time hosting the Warriors. And there you see, as far as next week, our schedule as far as the week of high school football coverage. Of course, the FNN Tuesday Night Coaches Show from Struts, Wings, and Oxford, and we certainly invite you to join us at Struts next Tuesday. So we'll go ahead and take this time out as we take a look at the FNN Power 5 this week, our rankings as far as teams in the area. As we'll go ahead and take our final halftime timeout, presented to you by the Calhoun County Commission. And once again, your halftime score, Vincent 22 and Ragland 6.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Ragland Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN. Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit Debit Card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
It's the game of the week on FNN.
Second half about to begin as we're about to put on a show as far as for the folks here at Joan Ford Field. Our first Friday ball toss of the season about to come up. And a lot of the fans, in fact, the fans will be inundated as far as those balls that you see, kind of the yellow flag hanky-colored balls that'll be distributed all throughout Joan Ford Field. So it should give the fans something a little fun to do as far as in addition to the game as well. As a big thanks once again to Bama Sheds, as there you see where you can find them both online and their contact number as far as what they provide to you. And by the way, as far as for the balls that are being thrown out today, bring one of those balls out to Bama Sheds and you can get 10% off any product in their store. So certainly that's a new little wrinkle that we're putting in as far as our contributions to high school football coverage in our area this 2023 season. There you see the Ragland team of cheerleaders about ready to distribute those balls, as the Ragland Purple Devils football team looking to put on a little better show than they did in the first half, albeit still the season opener and still 2 full quarters to go here at Joan Ford Field. And while the cheerleaders are about to get the balls tossed around, Victory Law LLC presents our season coverage of the FNN High School football game of the week throughout this 2023 season. Let's get Coach Eddie Bullock back in with us. And, Coach, your overall thoughts on the first 2 quarters that we saw tonight?
Well, I think Ragland kind of played a little sloppy. They made too many mistakes, you know. They had opportunities but just didn't cash in, you know. Every time they would have a big play, they would kind of negate it with getting a penalty and, you know, making it long. And then I think Vincent did what they needed to do. You know, they capitalized on the opportunities that they had.
For the opening kickoff.
So what does Ragland, you think, need to do to fight their way back into this ball game?
They're going to have to stop getting penalties. That's simple as that. You know, I mean, you can't play football and get penalties. You know, they're getting too many penalties. You know, not a bad job except for giving up some big plays defensively. But, you know, the way the defense played, you know, had they scored a couple of times, you'd be looking at a different ball game. And I just think they got to stop making penalties on offense. You know, they got to be a little bit more consistent, and they got to take it one possession, one down at a time. And I think they, you know, they got enough time to get back in this game. It's not out of reach. You know, you're talking 2 possessions maybe, you know, with a couple of touchdowns, a couple of 2-point conversions, and they're right back in the game.
Jacker Cox set to kick things off as we're about to have another kickoff to open up the third quarter. Brought to you this evening by Ragland Hardware and Feed, a short kickoff that'll be covered by Vincent at the 35-yard line as our third quarter brought to you by Ragland Pharmacy.
Well, that was almost a disaster there.
Takeover on the field on offense.
Of course, that
First down.
if Ragland could have come up with the ball, would have been a very big momentum swing for the Purple Devils.
Absolutely.
Their defense will have to come out onto the field, as Vincent will have some respectable field position from around their own 35-yard line. And also, you might have seen, at least around our area, the state of Alabama, the schedule posters as we've been handing out at our various sponsor locations. And if you bring one of those schedule posters to Ragland, to the Ragland Food Mart, they will offer a $5 discount. So big thanks to our good friends at the Ragland Food Mart here in Ragland, as we'll have, it looks like a stoppage in play and I believe a penalty flag on the play.
Dead ball. Delay a game on the offense. It's a 5 down.
So a 5-yard penalty marks it off. Check that. As far as the $5 discount, a big thanks to our friends at the Ragland Food Barn as far as helping us out with their discount. First down and 15 coming up as the Vincent Yellow Jackets looking to build on their 2-score lead as the handoff going to Robertson as he tries to keep the play alive and maybe will get about a yard or so. Not very much as the Ragland defense ready for that handoff. It'll be a second down and long coming up as we are just underway here in the third quarter.
Well, that's a great play, defensive play right there by Ragland. They need to put together a couple of more like this, get them in punt situation, and, I think Coach will be pleased with them, You got to get a stop, though. You got to get a stop, Just play base defense right here,
It'll be Robertson trying to stretch it outside, and he gets wrapped up by Ethan Courtney for a loss.
That's 2 in a row right there. Let's see if they can be consistent and get the triple crown right here. Let's get the third play and see if they can get them in a punt situation right here. It's excellent pursuit by the linebacker right there.
The National Cement Company showed you that time the second look at Ethan Courtney's solo TFL that time. As it'll be the football at the 28, their own for Vincent, and it'll be a third down and 17. Line to reach their own 45 for the first down.
It's obvious passing situation, so you want to make sure you get someone underneath and make sure the safety gets over the top right there. You got to sprint out.
Fields looking to throw, has no receiver open, so he'll just keep it himself and get as many yards as he can and gets a respectable gain to the 36-yard line, but still well shy of the first down.
Well, Ragland, they got what they want right there. You're looking at fourth down, so obviously Vincent is going to punt. So now you got to take care of the football now. You don't want to have a bobble punt. You don't want to try to get it all back at once. You want to, secure the football, and then let's see if you can't put together a good drive.
Braden Byers to receive the punt from the Vincent Yellow Jackets, as it'll be Ray Albright set to punt as he'll get it off, and the fair catch called for, and it'll be made around the 30-yard line by Braden Byers.
As long as he fair catch it, I'm fine with it, but he's one of those players that can break off a big one.
Also, a notice as far as Ragland's huddle at halftime. They didn't come out of their halftime locker room until pretty much right at the very end of the 20-minute halftime period. So I imagine that Wes Tidwell had a lot to say as far as his team's performance in the first half.
Oh, no doubt. I guarantee you he probably, as the old coaches say, he probably gave him the what for in the locker room.
Oh, there you go. Certainly the riot act as far as his Purple Devils are concerned. First down and 10. As it'll be Antoine Byers in the Pistols. He'll drop to throw. Good protection. Throws over the middle, and that's incomplete. Not necessarily a bad look that time. Pass short intended for Ethan Courtney, incomplete.
It's not, but again, my suggestion would be try to get it in little bitty chunks, just take care of it. But whatever you do, get something out of it, because now, you don't want to be in second and long. You want to try to keep second down to, mid to short, 5 or less. You want to try to keep second down there, and, you got a good opportunity to run or pass, and then third down, you still got the opportunity to run and pass versus you strictly having to pass.
Aaron Lee out, Rembert in as Rembert gets the call, and he's not going to get a whole lot against the middle of the Vincent defense. As there you see a couple of defenders, including the inside linebacker Camden Cobb for Vincent, helping out on the tackle.
See, right now you got a third and long, so obviously if I'm a defensive, which I was a defensive man, I'm setting my secondary up. I got one linebacker spotting a quarterback and looking for screens and draws, And then I'm going to pin my ears back, and I'm probably going to blitz one of those outside guys, put a little pressure on him, make him throw it a little bit quicker than he wants to.
Line to reach the 40 for the first down, as it'll be Antoine Byers rolling and throwing, and that is almost intercepted. And there's the man that time, the star defensively so far this evening, in Aiden Poe, who almost came up with his third interception of the night.
Should have been picked. I think that probably was his easiest one. I guarantee you slapping himself upside the head for missing that. He ran the route, hit him right in the hands.
Would have had on the soccer field or the hockey rink a hat trick if he could have pulled down that pick.
Would have had the hat trick, James.
So here's a punting situation as Jagger Cox coming out for Ragland punt, and there you see Lane Mims set to return for the Yellow Jackets of Vincent.
And I tell you what, some guys just got a nose for the football, and I think he's one of those. He's always around the football.
And over in punt for Cox says he'll get a Ragland roll inside the 35, and that'll be touched at the 34-yard line.
Not bad right there. I think, that first down throw kind of hurt them, but, Ragland still did what they need to do. Now you got to get the defense back together and see if you can't get another 3 and out.
I'll tell you what, other than a couple of plays tonight, big plays that we've seen from the Ragland offense, they've essentially sputtered as far as their offensive production this evening.
Right, they have, put together, And they've had a couple of good plays, they just got negated by penalties, jumping off sides or either, the fumble on the first big play they had that put them, inside the red zone, and they fumbled the football.
Man in motion as it'll be a fumble on the play, and let's see who gets it.
There's a fumble on the play.
The Purple Devils say they have it, but we'll have to find out as they clear out the pile who officially gets it, and it will be a big break for Ragland on the turnover.
Well, you had a train wreck right there, supposed to.
First down.
You fake the jet, and then you give it to the running back, and both of them got to the mesh point at the same time, and there's a big play Ragland needed right there. The defense get a defense an opportunity to rest again and get off the field, and Vincent defense just came off the field, so they're not rested. So it's an opportunity for Ragland to capitalize and punch this thing in right here.
Skylar Barber on the fumble recovery for Ragland as it's 1st and 10 from the Vincent 30, as it'll be Rembert with the straight-ahead carry as he'll get inside the 30 to about the 28-yard line for a gain of a couple. Our third quarter brought to you by Ragland Pharmacy. And also our season coverage at the FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you by our longtime partners at FNN Bank. We'll have a whistle and a stoppage in play with 8:16 remaining in the third quarter, as it looks as if that we have, I think it's an injury timeout, and it is indeed, as here you see one of the defenders for Vincent down on the field. Obviously with the humid weather here in late August, cramps an issue, and looks as if that's what they're looking at as far as one of the Vincent defenders laying down on his back at the 30-yard line. So far, it's been all Vincent as far as the possession of the lead, as they got the first of Aiden Poe's 2 interceptions early in the first quarter, and Raquelis Robertson cashed that in with a 19-yard touchdown run. So it looks as if that their leader on the defense, as well as the best defender for the Yellow Jackets, and outside linebacker Ray Albright coming up. Looks as if he's the one that had the cramps on the field, and so he'll slowly walk his way to the sideline. Didn't see a whole lot of the cramping last night. Very little, in fact, in our first game of the season last night over at Ohatchee, and really not too much to speak of either this evening. Well, the coaches, at least the ones that we've seen, doing a pretty solid job getting their players ready as far as the early season heat. Second down and long as Rembert goes through the hole, breaks free, and gets the first down. And Morrissey sidesteps a defender close to the end zone, and he is in for the touchdown.
He got in. That's the big play they needed.
Ladarius Rembert with his first touchdown of the season of 28 yards, as we'll take a National Cement Company second look at that Ragland touchdown.
Well, I told you it wasn't out of reach right there. You look up in. They run the straight lead right there. You got a wing back in, and then you lead a full back up in there. And, once he got to the second level, hey, it was easy walk in.
2-point conversion try as it'll be Antoine Byers tossing, and that is caught and successful for the 2-point conversion. Byers to Byers. Antoine Byers to Braden Byers for the two-point conversion. A second look on that National Cement replay. And good pressure that time by Vincent, but Ragland just executing better. We'll go ahead and take this timeout as you have, looks like a Ragland player down on the field. But your new score now is Vincent 22 and Ragland 14.
Looking at an 8-point game.
The Food Barn in Ragland offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglandFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Ragland.
In the third quarter, exactly 8 minutes left in the third quarter, and Ragland fighting their way back in this one as they're down now 22-14, thanks to the 28-yard touchdown scamper by Ladarius Rembert. And then the Byers to Byers combo, Antoine to Braden, for the two-point conversion. Our first Friday night game of the season, and also it's a Ragland Hardware and Feed kickoff coming up. Another one of those kickoffs brought to you by Ragland Hardware and Feed. James Hardy, as well as my wingman and Coach Eddie Bullock with you, and our FNN crew from Joan Ford Field. Jagger Cox taking his time as he readies for another kickoff. And that's an end-over-end kickoff called at the 31-yard line. As trying to go all the way across the field to the far side and not getting a lot of running room was Skylar McCrimmon, as he'll get minimal yardage on that kickoff return.
Ragland did an excellent job right there. He tried to outrun him back to the wide side of the field, but I think he would have been better served to stick his foot in the ground and turn it up the middle, because they were avoiding to the right side. So it's kind of hard to beat where they're running to.
Ragland Pharmacy brings you our third quarter. So Ragland trying to fight their way back in this one as they were down 22-6 at halftime. Now down just one possession, a full possession at 8 points, as early movement along the defensive front, and we have a flag on the play. Looks as if one of the defensive ends a bit early that time off the snap. We'll find out who officially gets whistled for the infraction. So it'll be an offside on the defense.
I thought it looked like they jumped a little bit early, but, you know, you want to make sure.
So you have Ladarius Rembert, Takorian Souls, and Brandon McCulley as far as your defense, starting defensive front this evening. Here's the quarterback keeper on 1st and 5, and it'll be Fields off to the races as he's going to go all the way for the touchdown.
Too much speed. Once they get outside and get out flank, you know, they just don't have the recovery speed. Ragland don't.
That's going to be a 62-yard touchdown scamper for the quarterback for Vincent in Fields. Cason Fields untouched, 62 yards for the touchdown. So a lot of big plays this evening that both teams are racking up, as both teams now have been able to convert points off of turnovers, as Cason Fields has now 2 total touchdowns this evening.
Well, I tell you what, that's the best way to answer that play, you know.
So they'll now set up for Daniel Campos's PAT kick. Aiden Poe on the hold. As we're awaiting the snap, it's there, and the kick on the way. Low off the bottom of the crossbar and through. So a little Plinko action on that PAT try. So good to make it 29-14. Vincent on top here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. FNN High School Football Game of the Week on this Friday evening from Joan Ford Field in Ragland, as we'll have yet another kickoff brought to you, as you see at the top left-hand portion of your screen, by our partners at Ragland Hardware and Feed. Been awfully busy as far as the kickers on those Ragland Hardware and Feed kickoffs this evening. And certainly been the case for Daniel Campos, as he's been successful on all 3 of his PAT tries. And also, Vincent has been able to get a successful 2-point conversion.
James, I'll tell you something. Not the punter, but a kicker. When I was coaching, I used to love to have a tired kicker. That means that we did a lot of scoring.
This is a good point in that. And certainly something, as you just mentioned, from the coaching perspective, that when the kicker's out there a lot and your kicker is kicking off, then that means you're probably doing something right on the field.
Absolutely. And I'm not talking about punting. I'm talking about kicking.
Here's the end-over-end kick from Campos, as he'll be fielded by Braden Byers from his own 25-yard line, as he'll try and find some room, and does so, as he'll get a big return across midfield, and still on his feet, still going across the 40 and out of bounds, well into Vincent territory. We'll take a National Cement Company second look at Braden Byers, who's been probably the best athlete on the field this evening for the Ragland Purple Devils.
Yeah, the guy's electric. I mean, he's another one that just hard to tackle, man, Lou.
I'll tell you what.
Scat back there.
I'll tell you what, Coach, when you look at the offensive game plan as the season develops, I imagine that West Tidwell probably wants to, and at least should, try and find ways to get the ball into Braden Byers' hands on offense more.
You got to have packages for him. I mean, you know, you got to find things, you know. I see 2 or 3 of them out there that you gotta get them in space. You know, I can see him setting them up once the ball is kicked off. You know, he kind of glancing the field, and a good returner does that. You kind of glance the field, and once you see that seam, you know, you hit it. You know.
Drake Kay taking over the quarterbacking duties, at least on that play, as he'll keep it across the 40 to the 38-yard line. So. Original line of scrimmage at the 42 of Vincent, so that's a 4-yard gain on first down. Kay lining up in the pistol, as he'll give it, or rather keep it. Not a bad fake that time, as he'll be able to carry his momentum with a couple of tacklers forward for about a yard or so. As we take a look at the man on the tackle, it's number 59, KJ Chapman, leading the way for Vincent.
And the zone read like that is just like the option, too, James. You have to be disciplined. You know, you got one guy taking the dive. You know, they're reading the defensive end or the outside linebacker. And, you know, if the end crash down, the outside linebacker has the field and take the quarterback. And if the end stay up, the linebacker has the field inside and take the dive.
Line to reach the 32 for the first down on third down, as it'll be the ball carrier Rembert going right up the middle as he'll get to the 35-yard line. It'll be a 4th down and manageable upcoming, as we're under the 6-minute mark here in the third quarter. Been kind of a very methodically moving ball game so far this evening, as we come to our first heat timeout of the second half. And we'll take the timeout with them. Just under 6 minutes left in the third quarter. It is 29-14 in favor of Vincent on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Vincent has led wire to wire so far in our first Friday night game of the 2023 season, as Snow Timber Company presents to you our FNN Game of the Week tonight from Joan Ford Field in Ragland. There'll be a 4th down and short coming up As Antoine Byers back at quarterback, and the drive continues for the Purple Devils of Ragland as they're able to advance the football forward for the first down presented by the Realty Pros. Looked as if that was Ladarius Rembert again. That's been basically the workhorse now of this second half, really the last full quarter in the backfield for Ragland.
He's doing an excellent job, man, keeping it moving. Workhorse.
Sisson, the running back now, as Byers drops the throw and fires, and that is through the hands of the intended receiver, Kay, and before that, through the cornerback's hands in Deontay Robertson.
Should have been picked right here, and then he made the ultimate mistake. He missed it, and, receiver would have walked in the end zone with that one, I mean, it was deflected, but – hey.
Well, you saw there on the National Cement Company replay that both teams averted disaster in just a matter of a split second or so, as there you see Antoine Byers hobbling back to the sideline. And don't forget also our FNN Kickoff, the magazine, available for digital download, available online now. So be sure to get your free collectible print copy after Labor Day as well, and also be sure to get those get yours while they last.
Well, you had a personal foul on both teams. They offset.
Little chippiness tonight, because that's the second time we've seen offsetting penalties this evening.
Absolutely. So it's, technically the play didn't exist.
So here's a third down play, as it'll be the option pitch going to Sisson as he'll cut upfield and fight for yards to the 25-yard line. Needs the 20-yard line, so going to be about 5 yards or so shy of the first down.
Well, I think you see cramps kicking in now. We didn't see but a couple last night late in the game, but we in the third quarter right now, and I think the cramps are taking their toll on both sides.
I think you also look at the pace of this game, and it hasn't exactly helped as far as the cramping issues, because there's been a lot of stoppages as far as plays tonight.
Let me tell you, once the cramps start, they don't stop. They may stop the next day, but they're not going to stop tonight.
Give up the middle to Sisson as he's trying to fight for the first down, and he'll be about a few yards shy of that first down on officially third down. So the line to reach is just a tad inside the 20-yard line. As Ragland slowly but surely trying to move the football. Still not out of it, but it's a comfortable edge right now for Vincent as they've led wire to wire tonight, now up 29-14. So it'll be a third down officially in short, as that was a second down carry. And now the third down carry, a TFL as Sisson taken down, as it was the leader of the defense, Ray Albright, back in the ball game, leading the way on the tackle for losses. Ethan McElrath also helping out on the stop. So that's a big play defensively, as that's going to knock some yardage off of what's now going to be a fourth, and after about a 3-yard loss, that's going to be a 4th and long coming up for the Purple Devils offense. So line to reach just a tad inside the 20-yard line. As Kay drops, throws toward the end zone, and that's incomplete into coverage. So you had one-on-one coverage that time, as looks as if Jagger cocks the intended receiver, and so that's going to be a turnover on downs. As there you see the National Cement Company second look at that 4th down incompletion. Good coverage by Robertson as far as the cornerback spot for Vincent.
Well, he did the right thing. You try to, hit the home run right there, and I think that's a good thing. If they pick it off, you still got good field position, but you're hoping to make a big play, another one of those missed time plays like Vincent did earlier, and hopefully it turned into something big.
I'll be very interested, Eddie, to see at least how the decided numbers advantage for Vincent plays out, beginning now until the finish line of tonight's game. Here's the option look, and at least the keeper, at least necessitating the keep at that time due to good assignment defense by Ragland, as Kason Fields has to take it upfield and get whatever yards he can.
About 8 for Vincent.
So Vincent wanted to go with the option look to the far side, but Ragland had that play strung out, and really there was no other option than what you saw from Kason Fields to cut it upfield, and he actually got about a couple, maybe 3 yards on that play. So second down, as the ball around the 27-yard line. It'll be a shotgun look as Fields will give off and gets stuck immediately, does Robertson, as Ethan Courtney coming up with the solo tackle.
Brings up a third down and long.
Raquelis Robertson getting hit, probably the hardest time he has all night, as Ethan Courtney getting a free shot that time of the star Vincent running back. We're approaching the 2-minute mark left in the third quarter. All Vincent so far as they've led wire to wire. Third quarter brought to you by Ragland Pharmacy. As a third down coming up for Vincent. Fields gets the snap, fires the out route incomplete. A bit too short that time for the tight end. As it'll be a fourth down coming up. Intended receiver was Aiden Gassaway.
Bring up a fourth down.
So a 3 and out for the Ragland defense, as it'll be punting time for Ray Albright. Back to return once more for the Purple Devils return unit will be Byers. Braden Byers, that is. Byers has gotten multiple, at least in the kickoff return game, he's been very valuable so far as explosive plays goes. Good punt that time, a spiraling punt, and the fair catch made at the 40, his own for Braden Byers. One of the best punts we've seen all evening long from Albright. And so it's still going to be good field position. Really, Ragland's had good field position all throughout the night tonight, but they just really haven't taken advantage of that field position, Eddie.
You are absolutely correct. I mean, great punt, great coverage, but, hey, eventually you got to do something with it. You know, you got to get some results, you know, and Ragland, they got 1:47 seconds left in this quarter, and you got to hold fourth quarter to try to make something happen. And again, the game is not out of reach. You're talking about 2 possessions. Yeah, you're looking at a 15-point game, and that's 1 touchdown, 2-point conversion, and then a touchdown with a PAT.
Antoine Byers back in as a big run off the left side and a first down. And more, the Realty Pros first down carry that time, as Byers talking about their last offensive possession, needing to get the ball more, and that's exactly what Ragland does here.
Oh, he had an excellent play right there, and I told you he got those afterburners, man. And you're talking about the cornerback on that particular play. He cramping, so he has to get off because, you know, if I saw him cramping, I'm going at him.
Braden Byers with the first down jet sweep carry that time from their own 40 for Ragland into Vincent territory at the 36. So that's going to be a gain of 24 yards for Braden Byers. Ladarius Rembert back in the game at running back, as Antoine Byers throws down the field into double coverage intended for Drake Kay, incomplete. Not a good decision that time on the part of Antoine Byers, as Aiden Poe, one of the 2 defenders for Vincent, on the coverage.
Right, not at all. That was a terrible decision. You throw it in the double coverage right there, you know. I can understand taking a shot, but, you know, I wouldn't take a shot throwing in double coverage. I probably would take a shot where the guy's one-on-one and maybe give him a jump ball.
Not especially when Aiden Poe's involved, already with 2 interceptions tonight.
2 interceptions and 1 drop.
Pistol formation snap, and Rembert will get wrapped up at the 35-yard line to the 34 as Ray Albright celebrating the tackle that time, as you see.
Brings up a third down.
So approaching 1 minute left in the third quarter. Both teams have been able to punch it into the end zone here in the third quarter. Also, both big running plays here in the third quarter. Ladarius Rembert, 28 yards and 62 yards for Vincent quarterback Kason Fields.
Well, I see another cramp limping off, a defensive lineman right there. So
here's the third down play as it'll be the toss far side, and that'll be complete. But right now, shy of and with the second effort, may get the first down.
Number 20, Aaron.
So Aaron Lee back into the ball game as he on sole determination really that time. It was at least tackled initially well shy of the first down, but he may have been, well, he's a yard shy of the first down, but he may have a very close opportunity for the first down, Coach.
Well, right here, I mean, you got to go for it if you're Ragland, but, me being a former defensive coordinator, hey, right here, I'm going to lock them up man to man. I'm going to pin my ears back and send everything I got right here to see if we can't have a big momentum breaker right here. Ragland kind of got the momentum going in their favor.
A 6-yard gain on 3rd and 7. There'll be a 4th and 1 coming up after we take this timeout because it's the end of the third quarter. So your score from Joan Ford Field here in Ragland, it's Vincent 29 and Ragland 14 on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you this week by Snow Timber Company.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Ragland Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN.
From Joan Ford Field here in Ragland, as the final 12 minutes of the season opener for both Vincent and Ragland coming up as a 4th and 1 will be awaiting the Ragland Purple Devils as they come off the sideline. And they find themselves down 15, but a touchdown would be very big here, but they have to move the sticks here on 4th and 1. A 6-yard completion to at least complete the third quarter from Antoine Byers to Aaron Lee. As now a 4th down awaits the purple-clad Ragland Purple Devils. Here's the keeper for Antoine Byers, trying to find his way forward, and does indeed get the first down, brought to you this evening by the Realty Pros. Really about a half-yard needed for Antoine Byers, and he was able to get at least a full yard that time to keep the drive alive. Fourth quarter also brought to you by Chef T's. Tell you what, Chef T's could probably cook up a lot of good meals for these players after the cramping and the hard work that they've had to put in so far this evening. A big thanks to Chef T's for presenting us our fourth quarter. First down and 10 coming up. A fresh set of downs for Ragland. As Rembert in the ball game, as he'll go straight ahead into the red zone as he's taken down at the 19-yard line. That's a 6-yard gain on first down. So Ragland starting to get a little rhythm going as we begin the fourth quarter. And as he pointed out multiple times now in this second half, Eddie, this game still not out of reach for Ragland.
That's absolutely correct.
And so Ragland trying to at least follow through on that, as they're in the red zone and still plenty of time remaining as far as trying to make a comeback. They've been down double digits for much of the last 2 quarters or so. Pistol formation for Antoine Byers, and we'll have a whistle, and it looks as if that Wes Tidwell on the near sideline not exactly happy because of the false start.
Well, Taco moved. I mean, you know, he's supposed to look at the football, and he knows the count. So, I mean, no reason to move. I mean, absolutely none.
I was looking at West Tidwell right after the play started, and he was blowing a gasket down there on the sideline.
Absolutely. I mean,
you can't blame him.
I remember those days. You practice snap count, and, guys still, jump off sides. And
counter give going to Rembert as he'll get met right around the line of scrimmage by Ethan McElrath for no gain. So we're approaching 10 minutes to go in the ball game. Certainly would like to thank another one of our season-long sponsors and longtime friends of FNN, the Grub Mart, home with that 99-cent bag of ice, which comes in real handy this time of the year.
Absolutely.
The only question is how many of those 99-cent bag of ice do you need for the players, not only last night but this evening, Eddie?
99. 99-cent bags.
I'm sure the Grub Mart would be making quite the gold as far as the bags of ice.
Absolutely.
Not only this evening but this month.
Absolutely. Ice nice, just like gold.
Here's the third down throw to the far side, and that'll be incomplete. Drake Kay, the intended receiver, as the man on the coverage was Skylar McCrimmon for Vincent.
It's a great call. Just, the throw was probably a little too far out in front. He didn't give him a chance.
And we have another player down for Vincent. Right in the middle of the field is the outside linebacker, Jaden Roberts.
Well, that's why the numbers come in hand for Vincent right there, having those 51 players. You're able to be able to sub some guys in. Hopefully some guys that can, sustain what you got going on and help you get guys recovered back from those cramps.
And that's compared to Ragland's 28 players in total on the roster. Actually fairly typical as far as 1A schools around the state of Alabama, but obviously early on in the season when you're playing, if you're a lot of 1A schools in the state and playing higher classification schools, not too uncommon to have that type of numbers disparity.
Right. And Ragland, those 28 soldiers they got out there doing a great job. Ragland hadn't had as many cramps as Vincent has had, which is a good thing. That's another positive. You have to try to find everything positive you can, to take away from a game, to kind of build your team up.
Fourth down is a fumbled handoff, and no matter if it was Ragland or Vincent recovering, it was going to be a turnover on downs. And so Vincent will take over as Ragland recovers the fumble. But on fourth down, Vincent will now have the football. So under 10 minutes left in the football game. We'll be making the trip up to the Field of Champions next Friday night for our first trip of the season and our first look at both Piedmont and Cherokee County, both of those teams in our top 5 power rankings as far as the FNN power rankings in the preseason. I imagine they'll be at least in that top 5 discussion all throughout the season as Rakelis Robertson gets the call off of right tackle as he'll spin forward to the 35-yard line.
Great bit of running right there. He got some yards. He kind of churned it out, and that's what you want to do now. You want second and short right there, so you got the option to throw your pass and then come back with a run, or you can give you a run and give yourself a chance for another run. You got all kind of options. The playbook is wide open with, second and maybe 3.
Rakelis Robertson with a couple of touchdowns. Also had about a 50-yard run early or late in the second quarter, rather. Wiped off due to a penalty as Robertson will get the Realty Pros first down across the 40 to the 42-yard line. So with a 2-possession lead, and in the fourth quarter, you'll have Lucas Weatherford really more than likely for most of the plays decide to keep it on the ground, rely on Robertson to take them successfully to the finish line. So Robertson, we obviously don't have as far as exact yard totals for him tonight, but has to be well over 100 yards as he'll be Kason Fields keeping it on the zone read as he'll get near midfield to about the 48-yard line where they'll mark him down.
Leading to a second down.
Vincent has led ever since early in the first quarter, as there you see Lucas Weatherford now in his 6th season with the Yellow Jackets. 24-29 overall at Vincent. Also was the former defensive coordinator at Helena High School and a graduate of a former D2 power in the Gulf South Conference at UNA, now a part of the FCS, as Vincent will get another Realty Pros first down to keep the drive alive. UNA producing a lot of football and athletic greats, but especially on the football field. Obviously, Bobby Wallace in the 90s leading the Lions to 3 consecutive Division II national championships. There's a botched snap that time, but it appears that Vincent does keep possession of the football. Ethan McElrath able to pounce on the football. That's going to lose a couple of yards. But at least right now for Vincent, once at least the officials kind of organize things on the field, is I thought that McElrath was able to get the football, but it looks as if it'll be a change of possession with about 7.5 minutes to go. I'd like to see a second look at who was able to get to that football, as it appears that the offense for Ragland indeed coming out on the field. So Ragland Eddie was able to come out with that football, and so that's a big turnover for them to keep them within shouting distance and have a chance to get back into this ball game. So Ragland trying to get an extra player on the field after coming up with the loose football. So that's the second fumble recovery for Ragland's defense tonight. So Byers will throw out quickly to the near side, complete, as he'll go down the near sideline for Braden Byers, as he'll break out of a tackle and get into the end zone for the touchdown.
That's that big play right there. Now they call him out of bounds.
Just short of the goal line.
So they'll call it out of bounds, as the National Cement Company replay gives you a great camera angle at Braden Byers going down the sideline. He was just about a toe away from going all the way.
Absolutely.
So they'll mark the football back upfield at the 13-yard line of Vincent. Football is around, we'd call it the 48 or so their own. So that's a gain of 39 on that pass completion. Early movement at the line of scrimmage. I think it was the defense getting a head start that time, Eddie.
I agree with you. I think they got them for encroachment.
On the defense, it's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Our man in the white hat and the zebra stripes indeed confirms the offside. So move it 5 yards closer to the goal line. And so it's going to be a 1st and 5 coming up inside the 10 at the 8. Both Rimbert and Aaron Lee have rushing touchdowns this evening. As here's the quick pass into the end zone, and a good catch that time in the end zone. Touchdown, Ragland. Braden Byers on the touchdown catch of 8 yards.
That's the playmaker right there. You know, he got the big run and got him in an ISO on the right side and throw it up for a jump ball, and he went and got it.
So there you see the back shoulder fade that time, well executed. And Eddie, that was the best executed pass tonight from Antoine Byers we've seen all night long.
A beautiful pass, beautiful throw and catch.
So the Byers to Byers combo adds 6 on the board for Ragland, as they'll cut it to a 9-point lead and go for 2 to try and make it a 7-point deficit.
In their last 2-point conversion, they scored easily on it. So, you know, it's interesting to see what they got here this time. Yeah.
We'll have a whistle, and looks as if that it'll be a timeout being called for, and indeed by Ragland. So we'll take the timeout with them. A 7:19 remaining in the game. It is now Vincent 29 and Ragland 20.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Snow Timber Company brings you our FNN High School football game of the week this Friday evening from Joan Ford Field in Ragland. And also our fourth quarter brought to you by Chef T's. 2-point conversion try coming up as Ragland coming out of the timeout after an 8-yard Byers-to-Byers combo on the touchdown pass. Man in motion as Cox in motion as it'll be Aaron Lee trying to fight to the end zone, and he's about a yard shy as the 2-point conversion try no good. So it's going to remain a 29-20 edge, still a 2-score edge, but plenty of time remains, Eddie. So as far as Ragland's comeback effort is concerned, so still not over yet as Vincent still has to make enough plays on offense and take care of the ball to get successfully across the finish line for a road win to open the season.
Absolutely. Vincent has to get right now. They have to get at least 3 to 4 first downs right here to seal this game. And, Ragland has to get a stop, score, and then it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 points, and then they got to score again, because even if they get a 2-point conversion, they're still going to be down 1 point. So,
Ragland Hardware and Feed presents another kickoff as it'll be Jagger Cox getting ready to kick things away for the Purple Devils of Ragland. So still not quite out of the woods yet is Vincent after Ragland was able to come up with a fumble recovery off of a bad snap, which actually haven't been able to mention this evening, but that was something that was a concern from Vincent's jamboree that Coach Lucas Weatherford mentioned to me during the week as far as their jamboree last week. So the snap issues have actually carried over to this evening as Jagger Cox will pooch it away, and it'll land right in front of a return player for Vincent, as it looks as if that the Yellow Jackets do come up with possession of the ball. Good idea and almost executed perfectly for Ragland.
Well, you kicked it, gave him a sky kick in no man's land right there, and over the up man head and short for the guy that's behind him, and the ball hit the ground, and just that danger zone.
I'll tell you what, this will be interesting to see how Ragland, now that they have the momentum after cashing in their second fumble recovery for a touchdown, to see if they can continue that momentum here on defense.
And Vincent has to get 3 first downs in order to put this game away. They need 3 first downs.
There you see the run blitz that time against Robertson for the Purple Devils defense as Ethan Courtney coming out of the bottom of that pile on the tackle. Rykellis Robertson managing just a yard on the play across the 40 to the 41, as we'll have another timeout called by the officials, and looks as if that is a Ragland player that's a bit shaken up.
I believe he's cramping a little bit there,
Brandon McCulley will be walking slowly toward the sideline, albeit on his own power.
But you still want those, you want your starters in the game because, he's cramping. You can see him working on him on the sideline because that backup player might not be as good as that one that you got started, and that could be the difference on a first down,
Kason Fields will throw the fade route near side, incomplete just at the very last second. Braden Byers knocks it away from Phoenix Maxwell.
Well, I guarantee you, I wouldn't have thrown that pass right there and stopped the clock, because that play right there, 3rd and long, you just helped Ragland right there.
You're absolutely right. That's like giving Ragland down 9 a free timeout.
Absolutely. And you're throwing at the wrong guy. You're going at Byers, and that's the playmaker for Ragland right there. I definitely would stay away from his side.
And Byers has been the hottest player on the field really this second half. 3rd and long as it'll be Robertson on the carry off the right side as he almost was able to break it through, but Ethan Courtney coming up with a big 3rd down tackle. As it'll set up a 4th down after about a 2-yard gain.
And see, you're looking at right there, he got about 3 to 4 yards off of that, and you think if you would have given it to him twice, what could have possibly happened?
So Rakelis Robertson stopped for a couple of minimal gains, and then the second down pass incompletion. They'll set up a 3-and-out in a punting situation as Braden Byers will retreat deep for Ragland. Byers from inside his own 35 as Ray Albright will drop back to punt. Gets off a low, wobbly punt as he'll go.
Oh, you got to feel that.
Well, he wasn't quite in position to field that as that will go just shy of the goal line, and that's going to be down at the 1-yard line.
Can't do it any better than that.
So that was a directional kick and well executed that time from Ray Albright, the Vincent punter. Under 6 minutes to go in the ball game, and still a window of opportunity, Eddie, for Ragland. Certainly another score will make it a one-possession ball game, but they've got to be efficient as far as what they do with the ball here. As we come to the under 6 minute portion of the fourth quarter, a heat timeout, our final heat timeout of this Friday evening, and we'll take the stoppage with them. 29-20, Vincent leading on the FNN High School football game of the week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
5 minutes, 47 seconds remaining in our first Friday night game of the 2023 season. Our second game of the week. As there you see Chef T's helping cook up for us an interesting fourth quarter. As Ragland already with a fourth quarter touchdown thanks to the passing combo, at least the arm of Antoine Byers, and then the skilled receiving of Braden Byers. As Braden Byers, we've seen this evening, Eddie, really showcase his talents tonight, and he's quickly becoming quite possibly the best player on this Ragland team.
Absolutely. I mean, he's made a statement, and he's showing that he's very capable of making big plays, and, Ragland has to be careful right here. You don't want to
Here's the pass to Courtney. That's complete. So that was a risky play call that time, Eddie. But it comes up gold for Antoine Byers as he floats the pass complete on our National Cement Company replay as Ethan Courtney comes up with a clutch catch for the first down.
Well, that's one of those plays as a coach you saying, don't do it, good play.
So that was a Realty Pros first down, and I tell you what, it took some guts that time for Antoine Byers to just float it deep in his own territory down the middle of the field.
A lot of guts because he was getting hit on that play,
Here's the option pitch, and Rembert gets swallowed up deep in the backfield for a loss as Jayden Roberts comes up from his outside linebacking position for the tackle for loss.
See, that play just don't have the space, and, it's like, the outside linebacker, he's slow playing it, and the quarterback and the running back spacing is so tight. It's just easy to make that play, You got to get more spacing in order for that play to work.
Under 5 minutes left as Antoine Byers rolls and tosses, and that'll be complete, but behind the line of scrimmage for losses. Ray Albright on the coverage with the tackle as Ethan Courtney with his third reception of the night. So it's going to be third down and long, and time becoming a factor for the home team in Ragland as they're still down 2 possessions, and they've got to be able to get some offense going a little bit quick now.
Absolutely.
So it'll be third down as the ball spotted, it looks like inside the 15-yard line, so the line to reach for the first down is around the 27. Here's the snap, and this is going to be the end around, and looks as if a passing opportunity, but Braden Byers, well covered, has to cut it upfield and try and get something as he's tackled at the 12-yard line.
Purple Devils carry.
We go under 4 minutes left in the season opener for both of these teams. So it'll be a fourth down and about 12 yards to go. So it's basically desperation time at this point. So,
well, this is one where you would have a good fake punt in because you're looking at 3:24 left and you don't have but 2 timeouts. So it's kind of tough, you know.
Drake K gets a solid punt off as it'll land at the 40-yard line, get to the 45, and then come to a stop there at the Ragland 45 where Aaron Lee touches it and blows it dead.
So you're talking 2 first downs right now, and that's your ball game right there.
Yeah, just 2 timeouts, as you mentioned, remaining for Ragland, and really even a couple of first downs.
Yeah.
And then you can pretty much end this ball game if you're Lucas Weatherford and the Vincent Yellow Jackets.
Absolutely, but I tell you what I wouldn't do. It wouldn't go in the air.
This is true, as we'll probably be seeing some passes in the air next week. Probably more so for Piedmont necessarily than Cherokee County, but we'll see what the Warriors and the Bulldogs have for us at Field of Champions next week as part of our FNN Game of the Week. Robertson trying to find some room and gets hit hard by Ethan Courtney, and see if they knock the ball loose that time. Looks like there was a fumble on the play, and let's see who got to it. I think it was, we'll take a second look, thanks to National Cement Company, and the ball did come loose. And they haven't said who recovered, and I think they do say now that the recovery goes to Vincent.
Now, right there, you got a little lucky break. So, I'm telling my running backs, to get what you can and get down. He was dancing around and got hit from behind right there. That's what caused the fumble.
Ethan Courtney with the hit that time as a dangerous pass almost and should have been intercepted. And that would have been a pick 6 for Aaron Lee as the National Cement replay. And I'm not sure, Eddie, why Vincent was calling a pass this late in the game.
Absolutely, and why would you do that over there in traffic? I mean, that's the big play you need. That's a pick 6, and you got the right player making that play.
I mean, the next game, Eddie, will be my first game, but that's a call that a first-year head coach would make. But for Vincent, they do get the reprieve, as Aaron Lee should have come up with that, and he would still be off to the races.
I don't like to criticize my colleagues, but that's just a terrible call. I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, yeah.
Here's Robertson on the carry as he'll get close to the Realty Pros first down, as he'll get stopped at the 37-yard line. Yet the coaches, like the players, work hard during the week as far as their practice and their game prep for Friday nights, but sometimes you just have to call a spade, Eddie. And sometimes, even on the worst of moments, coaching moments, sometimes you get a little reprieve from the governor and get a second chance.
And right here's the play of the game right here, And it's the biggest decision I would have to make right here as a coach is whether or not I want to hard count them or whether I want to just go out and run the football. If I'm having trouble with my team jumping off sides and not listening to the count, I'm not going to hard count them, okay? I'm just going to go on and run the football. But if I think I can make them jump off sides, and get the easy first down, I would hard count them and see if we could get the easy first down and just move on. But either way, I'm going to run this football, because if you can't get 1 yard, if you can't get 1 yard out of your team, then you got a lot of work to do, because it's going to be a lot more times during the season where you're going to have to get 1 yard.
Especially in region games.
Absolutely. No trick play, no anything. You just got to get 1 yard.
Looks as if they'll just go full house backfield and try and pound it up the middle for the first down, and Cason Fields will get the friendly push forward and get the Realty Pros first down to likely ice this ball game.
And that's what you got to do. I mean, you got to do that.
Now, I'm not sure if the recipe for this fourth quarter from Chef T's, Eddie, exactly called for what we saw as far as certain aspects of this fourth quarter, especially from the Vincent side. But at least however it resulted as far as coming out of the oven, it's going to result, at least tonight, in a Vincent road victory to open the season. So we got a flag on the play as we go under 2 minutes left in our ball game tonight on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, and one more to mention after this penalty. False start on Vincent, and a big thanks to Urban Rustique, the all under one roof vendor mall on Highway 78 in Oxford. And there you also see Victory Law LLC. A big thanks to them, Urban Rustique, Grub Mart, and FNN Bank. As there you see Urban Rustique bringing us our season coverage of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
And so you don't snap this ball until about 3 seconds. I mean, you got a first down, so.
And here's the snap, and they'll give it to Robertson as he'll go around the backfield and then go up the field and break through to the 25-yard line. That's a 13-yard gain on first down and 15 as the clock will wind its way toward the finish line, almost at the 1 minute mark.
Number 19, Cox.
So we'll have a stoppage in play on the field, on the clock. Looks like a timeout on the field. And as far as the overall evaluation for both teams tonight, as far as Ragland first, what did they get out of tonight's game?
Well, I think they learned how to not quit, not give up and know that the game is in reach, That's on the positive side. And, again, I mentioned earlier, don't want to beat a dead horse, but they just got to clean up the mistakes. You got to get a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter, a little bit more precise on what you're doing. And, of course, Vincent, they did a great job, and I question some of the play calling in the second half, especially in crunch time. I question the outside give on the last play they just got. It's just too much, man. It's like play basic football, run the clock out, win the football game, and go home, because, there's a difference in beating a team convincingly versus going home saying, man, we escaped out of this game. I don't want them to have that we escaped mentality.
Well, I think one thing positive you do have to take out of your Vincent is you win on the road. Tough place to play at Ragland, especially to open up the season, and at least in Vincent's perspective, led wire to wire in their victory on the road tonight.
Right.
So the keeper, by the way, for Kaysen Fields led to what's going to be the final first down tonight presented by the Realty Pros. And so it's going to be victory formation time for Fields and the Vincent Yellow Jackets. As there's your knee as we go to now at least well under a minute at under 30 seconds now in tonight's ball game. So Vincent will open up the season 1-0 on the year, and Ragland will fall to 0-1 on the 2023 season. Ragland will remain home next week and host Southeastern as Vincent will play their second game of the season next week. I believe will be their home opener for the 2023 season. So our final score from Joan Ford Field is 29-20 in favor of Vincent, a wire-to-wire win for the Yellow Jackets. And Vincent will be at home next week against Winterboro. We'll take this time out and wrap things up from Joan Ford Field after this.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama Made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Snow Timber Company presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, as here you see the post-game huddle for both teams as far as the post-game prayer after a hard-fought victory for Vincent tonight, leading wire to wire, but a good effort, however, especially in the second half by Ragland as they come up short tonight at home to Vincent, 29-20. A busy week for all of us here at FNN as we just got to the finish line of our second game in as many nights. And a big thanks to all of our crew for their hard work put in this week, and also getting our first FNN Coaches Show off the ground for the 2023 season. A reminder, next Friday we'll be at the Field of Champions for a big, at least era opening game for the Piedmont Bulldogs football program as Jonathan Miller makes his Piedmont regular season debut against the Cherokee County Warriors. Airtime, as always, at 6:30. Kickoff time at 7 o'clock from the Field of Champions in Piedmont. Be sure to tune in to us Tuesday night as well for the FNN Coaches Show from Struts Wings in Oxford. There you see all of our hard-working crew that helps bring you the FNN High School Football Game of the Week each and every week in the Yellowhammer State. So, for Jim Jacobs, Coach Eddie Bullock, my wingman, and all of our FNN crew, James Hardy signing off, wishing you a great weekend as you've been watching the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, where Vincent defeats Ragland 29-20.
Great place to follow it is what Ben does there. All right, it is time again for us to get to more scores. Scores on the fours. Andy, give us that 7A top 10. A lot of these are in progress scores, by the way.
I'll do it. As you mentioned, number 1, Thompson there, taking on Opelika in the Kickoff Classic. 23-7 at the half. That one's still in progress, though, as we speak. Number 2, Auburn, all over Hoover. 39-14. That one a big surprise. That's number 2 taking down number 3. Number 4, Central Phoenix City disposing of number 5, Hewitt Trussville, 48-24. Number 6, James Clemens is up 26-21 on Gardendale, which is a 6A team. That game's still in progress as we speak. Fairhope over number 9 Spanish Fort, number 9 in 6A, that is. 17-14, a very tight game there. Number 8 Enterprise all over Eufaula, 63-14. Number 9 Baker over Theodore, 36-20. Foley over Prattville, 31-11, and Sparkman over Hazel Green, 31-0. Both of those games actually still in progress.
Yeah, and some of those games that are still in progress started late, as we mentioned, Thompson and Opelika. That game didn't get started until 8 o'clock. That one is on, by the way, AHSAA TV, if you wanted to watch that game going on now. And, you know, I'm kind of struck by a couple of things, right? Hewitt Trussville's a really good number 5 team. Central Phoenix City, doubles them up, 48-24.
Yeah.
Hoover's a good team. Auburn beats them 39-14. Central Phoenix City and Auburn making statements tonight that they're ready to challenge Thompson. We'll be back after this local break on the AHSAA Radio Network.
The Alex City Parks and Rec Department serves the residents of Alexander City with quality facilities and programs designed to positively affect the lives of the citizens. From youth sports programs to adult activities and our senior center, the Alex City Parks and Rec offers services for all ages. The Cooper Rec Center, Lake Winds Golf Course, and the Senior Activity Center are just some of the great features the Alex City Parks and Rec Department provides for the people of Alex City. For more information on any of our programs, call 256-329-6736.
Have you stopped by Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store lately? If you haven't, you should. You'll find great pieces for your favorite do-it-yourself project. Lightly used name brand clothing by Free People, North Face, Matilda Jane, Patagonia, and a whole lot more. And while you're there, don't miss the shoes, decorative pieces, classic and new books, and Auburn and Alabama gear that won't cost you a fortune. So stop and shop at Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store today for a unique thrift experience that won't break the budget. Lifesavers Mission Thrift, located on East University behind Zaxby's.
Serving East Central Alabama since 2005, we are Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical of Sylacauga. Coosa Valley Respiratory has medical equipment and supplies, including oxygen to home ventilation services. We carry a full line of bracing, power chairs, scooters, and more. And when you trust Coosa Valley Respiratory, you are dealing with local people that care about your well-being. Providing quality home care for our community, Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical, 201 West Fort William, Sylacauga. Give us a call at 256-245-1411.
Lake Area Realty specializes in Lake Martin real estate. They can help simplify your next real estate purchase or sell and have helped many home buyers and sellers through the area buy and sell real estate with precision. Lake Area Realty utilizes powerful marketing tools and knowledge of the lake to help you with your next move. Call your local hometown agency today. Lake Area Realty at 256-825-4800. That's 256-825-4800. Lake Area Realty, helping you find your way home.
Did you know that Patterson Truck Parts offers 24-hour record and recovery, and it doesn't matter how big or how small the vehicle is? From a compact car to an 18-wheeler, Patterson Truck Parts has you covered. No matter what your moving need is, even if you need to move a storage building, be sure to call on Patterson Towing. That's Patterson Towing, a division of Patterson Truck Parts. If you need a tow, big or small, call Patterson Towing at 256-234-3981. That's 256-234-3981.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade in finance with Tony Sarah Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more. All backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay Jeffcoat, Andy Graham with you as we cover high school football around the state of Alabama tonight. We're going to go for the first time tonight to the Southeastern Land Group hotline. Whether you're buying or selling rural land in the South, Southeastern Land Group is the place to start. Visit selandgroup.com. Fred Randall Huey joins us from WACQ in Tallahassee, Alabama, where he covers the Reeltown Rebels, who, Fred Randall, I talked to you this morning. It's always nice to start the season with a win. It's even better when you can start the season with a 41-14 win, and it's even better when it's against your biggest rival, Reeltown, over Tallahassee last night. Pretty impressive.
Oh, it was a great win for Reeltown. These two teams have played 20 times now, and it's all tied up 10-10. That's what you call a real rivalry, when it's a toss-up every time they play. Arthur Woods, you're going to hear a lot about him, boy. He's a running back for Reeltown. He's a senior this year. He's a 2A track champion in the 100 meters, also the champion in the 110 meters. He's very fast. These were his numbers: 7 carries for 235 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Wow.
I mean, what a line, huh? He showed out. Reeltown, last year made it to the third round of the playoffs, lost to B.B. Comer by 6 points. Of course, B.B. Comer ended up playing in the championship game. Most of that Reeltown team returns. They did lose some linemen. They thought they'd be a little thin in the line. And then they lost one of their starters from last year with a broken hand. It's going to be out for about 3 or 4 weeks. But they plugged in some guys that know how to block, and they handled the Tallahassee defense and moved the football up and down the field at will. They forced 3 turnovers that turned into points. They just, they're very athletic. Lots of speed and quickness on defense. You're doing play-by-play like I do, and you're trying to identify who's made the tackle. But when you got 6 defenders meeting the ball carrier at the same time, I mean, who do you give credit to? They've got a lot of stars, a lot of young players. There's 8 seniors, 15 juniors, but a lot of sophomores that play. The fullback is a sophomore, and he doubles as a nose guard. His name is Devin Bragg, and he's one of the strongest kids on the team. And Tallahassee really had no answer for him. Playing that nose guard, he just played havoc with their offense all night. Got great talent on defense and the defensive backfield. We got 3 defensive backs that have played now 3 years in a row together. One of them made All-State last year. His name is Tay Martin. He also runs back kicks. He ran back a kickoff, 80 yards for a touchdown in the game. Xavier Thomas, another one of those seniors, and Arthur Wood, and plays a defensive back too, along with a kid named Finn Henderson, who's one of the offensive coordinator's son, who missed last year because of injury. But they are just, really great athletes, really fast but to the ball, very intelligent, knowing it's almost like they know what the play is going to be before the offense or the other team runs it. They got a little guy playing in the middle linebacker named Tyrese Fallon. He's only about 165 pounds. He had 10 tackles last night. So, it was a great night. Some stars and that made big plays, but just a total team effort by a team that's going to go somewhere this year. Ranked in the top 10 to begin with the season, and I think folks will have to look out for the Reeltown Rebels. I really do.
That sounds a lot like it. Listen, Fred Randall, we appreciate you taking some time tonight. I understand. Tell everybody again your grandson's name. He's an assistant coach at St. James, and they had a big win tonight too.
Yeah, his name is Jackson Hammock. He coaches the linebackers and running backs. And they had a big 49-13 win over Montgomery Academy tonight. And, of course, K.J. Jackson, that stud of a quarterback, is going to Arkansas. He had another really good game.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Fred Randall, thank you so much for the time. Fred Randall Huey, WACQ in Tallahassee, joining us to talk about Reeltown's 41-14 win last night over Tallahassee. All right, Andy, why don't you give us that 6A top 10 for scores on the fours?
Number 1, Saraland and Lipscomb Academy. Don't have a score for that.
I have an update on that.
I have an update.
This is big. Saraland wins 31-30 over Lipscomb, Tennessee.
Great win for Saraland. And a very, very good ballgame. Number 2, Clay Chalkville, 31-0 over Briarwood Christian. Number 3, Hartselle falls to 7A Austin, 28-17. Number 4, Mountain Brook falls to Vestavia, 35-10. It was number 5, Theodore falling to number 9 in 7A Baker, 36-20. Number 6, Hillcrest Tuscaloosa, South Haven, Mississippi. That one actually will be played tomorrow. Number 7, Parker over 5A Fairfield, 48-0. Number 8, Muscle Shoals over 7A Bob Jones, 48-14. Number 9, Spanish Fort, falling to Fairhope, and number 10, Pelham at Jackson Olin. Still looking for a score on that.
All right, other 6A scores, Benjamin Russell, 40-19 over Wetumpka. Spain Park over Calera, that was 56-0 there. It was Oxford over McAdory, 33-23. Oak Mountain over Northridge, 24-10. Fairfield over Parker, 48-0. Pinson Valley over Florence, 18-3. It was Decatur over May Jemison, 54-15. Scores on the fours brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. We'll come back here in just a moment. We're going to talk to Kevin Johnson about that Florence-Pinson Valley game. That's next.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours, Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys! Take a knee! Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches a real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt? Coke Zero! Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste! 0 calories!
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care opens 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Alabama Power first generated hydro energy in 1914 at Lay Dam, harnessing the power of water to bring electricity to our state. Today, more than a century later, Lay Dam is one of 14 Alabama Power hydro plants that provides Alabamians clean, reliable, affordable energy with zero emissions. And it's one more way we're helping elevate Alabama.
Taste of the South starts out here. However you roll into work, you can bring the flavor with Jack's Breakfast Catering. Huge scratch-made buttermilk biscuits and hearty breakfast sandwiches, mixed or matched, starting at just $15. Don't forget to add delicious fresh ground Royal Cup coffee and classic breakfast sides, because great work starts with great breakfast. Breakfast Catering starting at $15 from Jack's. All about the South.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
It's time for the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week, recognizing outstanding performances on the gridiron. Brought to you by Main Street Family Care. This week's Offensive Player of the Week is Gulf Shore's running back Colin Wilson with 244 yards and 3 touchdowns as Gulf Shores cruises to a 41-20 win over St. Michael Catholic. Our Defensive Player of the Week, the entire Muscle Shoals Trojan defense. The defense held Bob Jones in check as they raced out to a 41-0 lead at halftime in Muscle Shoals' 48-14 win. And our Special Teams Player of the Week is ZJ Grady of Beauregard, scoring twice for the Hornets on fake extra points in their 29-6 win over Selma. And that's this week's AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week, brought to you by Main Street Family Care on the AHSAA Radio Network. Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Andy with you as we've almost crossed the first half hour, Andy.
How about that?
Yeah, moving fast. We were headed to the Southeastern Land Group hotline to talk to our buddy Kevin Johnson, who does play-by-play for the Florence Falcons on 93.9 The Score in Florence, Alabama. And the line went dead. We had him.
It happens from time to time.
Yeah, we had him.
You know, JJ, something happened weird. I don't know what game you had in the office pool.
Yeah.
But it took one game for Russ Probst to break a headset.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Have we got Kevin? All right, Kevin Johnson joining us now from The Score in Florence. Kevin, we're a little bit lower on time than we were before, but that's okay. Tonight, Florence goes on the road to Pinson Valley, loses 18-3, but you were telling us it was 11-3 up until 15 seconds to go, and you guys were going in and failed to make a fourth down. Sounds like a really exciting defensive struggle.
Well, it was just a defensive struggle. Florence really wasn't getting to go in. They were a bit backed up in their own territory and got sacked on the fourth down and ended up making a short field for the last touchdown in the last 15 seconds for Pinson. But it was a defensive game where Florence defense held Pinson to under 200 yards of offense. And really, did well except for one drive in the third quarter, and that was the difference in the game. Pinson Valley behind the sophomore quarterback Reese drove it down the field, got the score. Reese ran it in for 6 yards, and Florence drove it up and down the field a few times, but could not get it past this Pinson defense that was great, who held Florence to under 100 yards offense. And so it was a defensive struggle all night long. Exchanged field goals in the first half, and the key of the game may have been turnovers. Florence turned it over 4 times, and Pinson Valley only turned it over once. So two teams that have hung their hat on defense, but they've both got a long ways to go with offense. But a great high school game just ended up being Pinson Valley was better tonight.
Well, everybody keeps talking about it. Why don't we talk about it? What kind of effect did the weather have on this game? Was cramps an issue?
Cramps were an issue some for both teams. Pinson Valley especially had it. I'll tell you where I think it had an effect where you don't think about often, snaps. Centers had trouble snapping the ball to the quarterback cleanly because of the moisture on the ball. And something they're not used to, especially for youth centers. That was a problem for Florence throughout the whole time. And that was a big factor, I felt like. So that, and then the fatigue probably hit both teams in the fourth quarter. That's why you need going in. The start of the first quarter and start of the third quarter was going to be key. And Pinson Valley won both those starts, and that's why they won the game.
It's one of the things you don't think about, but you can. The air is so moist with so much humidity. You can really, especially from up in a press box, you can see the moisture in the air, and that moisture is water, and water makes footballs wet. So yeah, you don't think about the snap, but that is certainly a factor.
Yeah, you think of it from the heat perspective. That was a real key tonight.
No doubt. Kevin Johnson joining us tonight is Pinson Valley 18, Florence 3. Kevin, be safe driving home, and we look forward to hearing from you down the road.
Hey, thank you, guys. It's great once again in the state of Alabama.
All right. Kevin Johnson joining us from 93.9 The Score in Florence, Alabama on the Southeastern Land Group hotline. And Andy, I don't know. I like defensive struggles. It's not a popular thing these days. Everybody wants to see touchdowns and offense.
Well, now it's something it's something they don't see all the time.
Yeah.
They actually get to see, oh, wow, it's so intense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think they're kind of fun. Let's get to scores on the 4s. It is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Andy, how about that 5A top 10?
Number 1, Ramsey at Hueytown. Update?
Don't have one yet.
Don't have one yet. Number 2, Charles Henderson. I believe that's 48-7 over the number 9 3A team, Pike County. Number 3, UMS Wright falls to 6A St. Paul's, 14-7. Still looking for a score for number 4, Pleasant Grove and Smith Station. Number 5, Faith Academy over JAG, formerly Jeff Davis, 43-24. Number 6, Leeds falls to Mortimer Jordan, 31-28. Number 7, Moody over Pell City, 28-24. Number 8, Beauregard, 29-6 over Selma. Number 9, Gulf Shores, 41-20 over St. Michael Catholic. Number 10, Demopolis over American Christian, 29-20.
Some other scores now out of 5A is BC Rain defeats Excel 27-7. It was Mary Montgomery 41-2 over Williamson. Headland over Geneva, 45-6. Elmore County over Marbury, 56-22. It was Gunnersville over Southside, 14-10. Fairview over Columbia, 46-6. Russellville over Grissom, 35-12. Scores on the 4s is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Here's the latest information I have on Ramsey and Hueytown. This is not a final, but late in the third quarter, Ramsey was leading 20-14. But again, we're looking for that final if you get a chance to send it to us. When we come back, we are going to be joined by Brett Pritchard, WKGA Radio in Alex City, BRHS, Benjamin Russell High School, and Wetumpka in a pretty big 6A matchup. We'll talk about that coming up. Hang on. U-Save Auto Rental of Alex City has moved to 1185 Cherokee Road across from the Cherokee Pure. Our new offices are open, and at U-Save, we're putting you back into auto rental with personalized local service and the best rates in town. Whether your vehicle's in the shop or business or vacation travel, U-Save has you covered with a large fleet of cars, SUVs, and vans. When you need a rental, call or visit U-Save on Cherokee Road, where they always have you covered.
Hi, this is Andrew McGreer at Dunning Roofing. At Dunning Roofing, we specialize in high-quality premium roofs. We don't build roofs that just meet code requirements. We build quality roofs with premium materials that significantly exceed our competitors' warranties. We put money on your roof, not in our pockets. If you're looking for a top-quality roof, call Dunning Roofing today for your free quote at 256-307-7601 or visit us at DunningRoofingAL.com for more information.
At Medicine Express, we're dedicated to the idea that quality pharmacy care means more than just prompt prescriptions. When you come to Medicine Express, you can count on dependable care from knowledgeable pharmacists and their friendly staff. You can fill your prescriptions quickly and easily at our drive-thru, or while you wait, you can even browse for inspirational gifts and items that you won't find anywhere else, like Praise Him apparel and the History of Alabama books. All at Medicine Express on Airport Drive in Alexander City, 256-215-8014. Medicine Express, where you're part of our family.
The all-new Triple R Cafe in Rockford is open and the place for true Southern-style cooking. Open Tuesday through Saturday in downtown Rockford on US 231. The Triple R Cafe serves up true Southern cooking with a meat and free for lunch. And on Friday and Saturday, get the best dinners in the area with fresh from the garden vegetables. Gulf-style scallops and shrimp, and Bayou-style alligator. Central Alabama's new place for Southern-style cooking with a down-home atmosphere. That's the all-new Triple R Cafe in downtown Rockford.
For years, Tom Watley's been a name you can trust to represent you. And now you can depend on Tom Watley Law, LLC to handle all of your legal needs. Tom has over 20 years of practice in criminal defense, probate needs, and estate planning. Tom Watley Law supports the communities of Lee and Tallapoosa County and can handle all your legal needs or refer you to their network of specialty attorneys. When it counts, call Tom Watley Law, LLC at 334-559-3420 or online at tomwatleylaw.org. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be provided is greater than that of other attorneys.
There's only one clear choice in the Lake Martin area for plumbing, heating, and air.
That's All Clear Plumbing and Air. Our professionally trained technicians offer full service repair and installation on all major brands. From drips to water heaters, thermostats to entire air conditioning and heating systems, and everything in between. Our fast, reliable, and guaranteed top-notch customer service will keep you informed and up to speed through the entire process. Call us today or look for us on Facebook and Instagram at All Clear Plumbing and Air, 256-496-2056. License number 19172.
It's time for This Week in the AHSAA. News and notes from around Alabama high school athletics. Brought to you by Jacksonville State University, the friendliest campus in the South. Visit jsu.edu. Alabama Public Television will be the AHSAA TV partner once again for the Super 7 Football Championships and State Basketball Championships this coming school year. The agreement includes broadcasting live all 7 boys state football finals and 2 girls flag football tournament championships to be held at Bryant-Denny Stadium December 6th through the 8th, and all 14 state boys and girls basketball championship games at the BJCC Legacy Arena February 29th through March the 2nd. The games will continue to be produced by Broadway Productions and WOTM TV. And that's this edition of This Week in the AHSAA. News and notes from around Alabama high school athletics. Brought to you by Jacksonville State University, the friendliest campus in the South. Visit jsu.edu.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our Best Rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Hey Wildcats, Coach Grider here. Just like on the field on Friday nights, safety is the key when you're behind the wheel. Remember, distracted driving is one of the main contributors to car crashes. Stay focused, keep your eyes on the road, and put the phone away. Drive smart, drive safe, and go Wildcats.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
Encore Sports Medicine.
Main Street Family Urgent Care.
Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. Accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care opens 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show as we get ready to bring you another round of scores on the fours. coming up here as soon as 4A makes its way out to us, which I know it's coming here in just a second. So hang in there for that, okay? In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about something that I don't know that we spent enough time on this. Saraland playing Lipscomb, Tennessee tonight. That's one of the big programs in the Southeast. It's not IMG, but it's that next level down, right? To get that win, and this was a back-and-forth game, and we all know Saraland last year was led by 3 sophomores. Just a huge win for them. No way to overstate how big a win that is. Let's go to Scores on the Fours now. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious, Wiggles Pickles. Andy, can you give us that?
I got it.
Top 4.
No
Or
problem.
top 10.
How about number 1, Andalusia over Opp on Thursday, 42-0. Number 2, Cherokee County all over Alexandria, 48-14. Number 3, Catholic Montgomery and McGill-Tulane still looking for a final on that one. It was in progress last we heard. Number 4, Jackson, they had the week off. Number 5, Oneonta over Cleveland, who was a 2A team, 55-24. Number 6, Jacksonville, 43-21 over Boaz. Number 7, Anniston over Walter Welborn, 38-22. Westminster Christian and Lee Huntsville are we're still looking for a score on that one as well. Number 9, Handley over Valley, 28-8. And T.R. Miller, the number 10 team, defeats Hillcrest Evergreen 20-14. I apologize, that one not finished yet. In progress as last week checked.
You know, last year we had that kind of round robin going on with Jacksonville and Anniston and that whole region. Looks like we may be in for another one of those this year, you know, where they just kind of, at the end of the year, we have to figure out that weird 3-way tiebreaker and, you know, figure out.
Tiebreakers are always fun.
Tiebreakers are always fun in the AHSA. All right, let's tell you now that Scores on the Fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wiggles Pickles. Look for them in a store near you. We go to the Southeastern Land Group hotline now. We want to bring in Brett Pritchard, WKGA. He is the play-by-play voice of the Benjamin Russell Wildcats. Also, of course, does some work here on the network as well. Brett, welcome into the show. Glad to have you.
Yeah, glad to be here, guys.
Hey, let's I wanted in this segment to really get somebody to put some meat on this bone because Benjamin Russell tonight gets a big win over Wetumpka, which has been a team that has bedeviled Benjamin Russell over the last few years. Benjamin Russell last year goes 8-2, makes playoffs for the first time in 4 years. They bring back a quarterback who is pretty highly thought of, bring back a wide receiver that's already committed to Auburn. Tell us about this team. What are we looking at here on Benjamin Russell coming off of this 40-19 win over Wetumpka?
Yeah, I think you see. Yeah, I think you see what this offense can do and what they can put on the field and high expectations coming into this season with this offense. And Gabe Benton threw for 2,700 yards last year, 31 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions, and tonight it was a little bit different. You got off to a fast start on special teams. Really did a good job of really attacking and winning special teams. You know, that's been a Achilles heel for a while, and Coach Grider really stressed that. And they fumbled the opening kickoff. We recovered it and scored in 2 plays, and then we blocked 2 punts in the first half too, and one of those was scooped up and scored. And we really kind of got on top of them, and it was kind of an uphill battle. They have a great quarterback in Nate Rogers that returned from last year, so we knew that he was going to be elusive. But proud of our defense, which is fairly young. Got some pretty talented linebackers, but across the front, we're pretty young, having to play some freshmen. And I thought they did really well. Only gave up 1 score there in the first half, a bend but don't break mentality. So this is an offense that expects to score 40 points, as you mentioned. Gabe Benton, a senior quarterback with his talent, and you had Malcolm Simmons. He had 2 scores tonight, one of 55 and one of 25. He had a 95-yard kickoff return called back for a block in the back, and it was away from the play, so it really didn't impact that. And then he also had a 70-yard touchdown called back in the first quarter with a guy with an illegal formation call. So Malcolm could have had 4 touchdowns tonight and could have had easily 250 all-purpose yards. But you expect that from him every single Friday night, and you line up 4 or 5 skill position guys. It's hard to guard all those guys and defend all of that. So it's going to be a nightmare for most opposing defenses.
Yeah, Brett, I know that you guys were looking at this offense and thinking about the all the power, and JJ talked about and you documented, but the defense was one of the things that you were a little bit curious about. It sounded like maybe big plays were an issue, really both ways. I mean, Benjamin Russell, like you said, made big plays. They missed out on some big plays, but the defense sounded like maybe they gave up a big play or two here and there.
They did, and I think that's expected. When you got a young group, you're going to give up some plays, and you got to rely on this offense early in the season, and it's going to carry this team as far as this team goes, wherever that is. And again, in this modern age of football, especially in high school and college, if you want to choose which side of the ball you want to be really good on, I think most would choose offense. And defense, you got to be serviceable. You got to get stops when you can, but teams are going to score points. I mean, Wetumpka had some chances tonight. They missed on, but they did put 19 on the board. But if you had to pick, you're going to pick offense every time now.
Well, Brett, let's talk a little bit about the team going forward. What's next for this Wildcat team, and what do they have coming up?
Well, next week they got Central Clay, and former Benjamin Russell coach Danny Horn, who's a Hall of Famer, will come back to Alex City again, and he's had some success against Benjamin Russell, and Benjamin Russell got the better of him last year, and a couple of years ago they got the better of him, so it's kind of turned into a rivalry. The two schools are pretty close. You know what kind of product Danny Horn puts on the field every Friday night, and so they'll come in here ready to play. It'll be their first game. They were off this week. I think they probably had some coaches there tonight, so they know what they've got in front of them, and they'll have their team ready. They're always physical. They like to run the football, and they like to limit possession. So, and they play hard-nosed defense. So it'll be a tough test for our guys. We knew this was going to be a tough opening slate these first 2 weeks, but it's good to be 1-0.
All right, so I want to touch base with you on this really quickly. The Benjamin Russell family and that area, Alexander City, suffered a tragic loss this past week of a young person who was a player on that team last year. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, Kate Finn, a senior at Benjamin Russell High School, was tragically killed in a car accident a week ago tonight. And, one of the things that happens in a small community is when someone loses a child like that, we all feel the loss. And it's been a tough week at Benjamin Russell this week for the students and the faculty and the administration, but this community's come together to rally behind their family, and Josh and Amanda are really good friends of ours, and just really good people. And Kate was just a great soul, and just who you want your son to be like. And was the long snapper on the team last year. Chose his senior year to not play football because he fell in love with welding so much he wanted to concentrate full attention on his career. And this young man had a plan, and he was driven, and he was taken from us way too early. And this senior class will continue to honor his memory throughout the rest of the year. And again, our thoughts and prayers stay with his family.
Well, and ours as well, Brad. So once again, Benjamin Russell tonight, big win, 40-19 over Wetumpka. Oh, I know the question I had to ask you. So Brett, I'm a Troy graduate. I'm actually a Troy State graduate because I'm old. And so Bear Woods is the new head coach at Wetumpka, who, of course, was a linebacker at Troy, famously some time back, played some pro football in Canada and the U.S., but he was well known for those long red dreadlocks.
Yes, sir.
Are they still there?
He had them in a bun tonight.
Okay, but they do still exist.
Oh, he still got them. Don't worry. And he's in great shape too. If you look at him, you can tell he could still play football if he wanted to. And he's in his second year. He went 7-4 last year at Wetumpka. And I don't know Bear personally, but everybody just raves about what kind of person he is, and he's a player's coach, and he handles himself extremely well. And he'll do great things at Wetumpka, I fully believe. But yeah, he's still got those dreadlocks, and but he had them all pulled up in a bun tonight.
All right, Brett Pritchard, WKGA. Thank you again for joining us tonight.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. So there's the answer.
What, is that what you wanted?
No, I wanted to know. It
sad?
was, inquiring minds. If you're a Troy fan, you remember Bear Woods because he had those long dreadlocks.
Are you glad that they're still around?
Yeah, it was part of who he was. I mean, it's hard to, you can't cut Samson's hair, right?
No, I guess not.
All right. By the way, update, Thompson is leading Opelika, or was leading Opelika moments ago, late in the third quarter, 30-13. Let's get the scores on the fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Andy, you have that 3A top 10 or what we have of it?
Number 1, St. James all over Montgomery Academy, 49-13. The number 2 team, Piedmont, had the week off. Number 3, Gordo and Sipsey Valley. We're still looking for a score there. Number 4, Mars Hill Bible over Coleman, 55-21. That one was actually on Thursday. Number 5, Mobile Christian over Athens Academy, 41-21. Number 6, Madison Academy over Deschler, 42-6. Number 7, Houston Academy and Wicksburg, still looking for a score there. Number 8, Sylvania had the week off as well. Number 9, Pike County, as I mentioned, 7. Charles Henderson, 48. Charles Henderson of 5-18. Number 2, Hillcrest Evergreen, 14. T.R. Miller, 20. That one in overtime.
All right, some other scores now in 3A as Flomaton defeats Northview 35-14. W.S. Neal over Georgiana 22-12. Ashford over Graceful, Florida 42-6. Prattville Christian over Billingsley 34-7. St. James over Montgomery Academy, we mentioned that one already, 49-13. Ohatchee over Sachs 32-8. Plainview over Priceville 21-14. Westbrook Christian over St. John Paul II 42-27. It was Brindley Mountain falling to Cherokee 38-6. Lawrence County over Danville 41-7. J.B. Pennington over Hayden 20-6. Douglas over Susan Moore 20-0. And Phil Campbell over Hackleburg 22-20. And that is scores on the fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. We're going to come back in just a moment, go down to Mobile. We'll talk to Pat Aaronsburg at WNGL about McGill Tulin coming up next on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Lay your best to rest. Call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Lewis Pest Control is now serving Alexander City and the entire Lake Martin area. They've been family owned and operated for over 60 years. Whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, Lewis has environmentally safe products for all your pest control needs. Lewis Pest Control.
Lay your best to rest. Call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Since 1908, many talented tradesmen and women have proudly represented the Dixie Electric Plumbing and Air name. We are grateful for their commitment to excellence, always providing our clients with quality work that we're glad to guarantee with 100% satisfaction. No matter the problem, the Dixie Electric team is here for you, serving the Montgomery and Auburn areas. Thank you for choosing a locally owned company.
For more information, go to calldixie.com.
Call Dixie and it's done.
Hi, this is Brian Bice with Bice Motors. With our all-star lineup of Dodge trucks, Jeep, SUVs, and Chrysler cars, we offer the area a team dedicated to making your next vehicle purchase a positive experience. Our sales team offers competitive pricing, and we back up all sales with a service department second to none. Bice Motors also offers the area's best selection of pre-owned vehicles. Visit Bice Motors at 2133 Cherokee Road in Alexander City.
Guaranteed lowest price. Buy it at Bice Motors.
Lake Area Realty specializes in Lake Martin real estate. They can help simplify your next real estate purchase or sell and have helped many home buyers and sellers through the area buy and sell real estate with precision. Lake Area Realty utilizes powerful marketing tools and knowledge of the lake to help you with your next move. Call your local hometown agency today. Lake Area Realty at 256-825-4800. That's 256-825-4800. Lake Area Realty, helping you find your way home.
Castelluccio Fine Italian Dining in downtown Alexander City is rapidly becoming the region standard for Italian cuisine, as well as hand-cut filet mignon, fresh Gulf seafood, and the area's best Italian import wine selection. We offer true old-world charm with unmatched hospitality. Like Castelluccio Fine Dining on Facebook to keep up with daily lunch and dinner specials. Also new, we offer catering for your family and small business, so call and order. Castelluccio, downtown Alexander City, where the only thing that rivals the flavor is the dining experience.
Morse Hardware and Power Equipment located in downtown Dadeville is all about service, especially this time of the year. Well, any time of the year. Because when it comes to your power equipment, it's not running, they want to get on it right away. They're located again in downtown Dadeville. Their number's 256-825-6211. And then when they get that fixed for you, get you one of them Traeger grills. You gonna love cooking on it. It's easy. Morse Hardware, downtown Dadeville.
To the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Andy with you as we approach 11 o'clock here on this first Friday night of the football season. And we go back to the Southeastern Land Group hotline. Whether you're buying or selling rural land in the Southeast, Southeastern Land Group is the place to start. Visit selandgroup.com. Pat Aaronsburg joins us, WNGL in Mobile, Alabama, where he does play-by-play for McGill-Tulane. And they were tonight taking on Montgomery Catholic, the number 3 team in 4A. Pat, how you doing?
Doing fantastic. How are you guys?
Very good. And look, tell us, number one, tell us about your game. But number two, another low-scoring game, and there's been a lot of them tonight.
Yeah, watching the game tonight, it was hard to tell if it was, great defense or kind of mediocre offense. I know looking at the McGill team, it's really solid, a really big front seven, especially guard, center, guard, and but they just don't have a lot of speed at the skill position that would really threaten the team. So they would move the ball some, but the old 4 yards in a cloud of dust kind of, and no big chunk plays. So as the game went on, I think they had about 80 or 90 yards in the first quarter. They ended up with 110 yards or so total. So it was pretty stagnant for McGill after the first period.
Obviously, Montgomery Catholic, fantastic school. What's the general feeling about McGill coming into this season? What's the true expectation?
Expectation was we have no idea. It was a new head coach, 8 new assistants, and not really sure how much they would have on the cupboard. I tell you, watching them, their defense was really, really solid. They were really well coached. They were always in position, and it just looked to me like they ran out of gas. But like I was telling you guys at break, it was 7-0 Montgomery Catholic about halfway through the fourth quarter, and then it just, Montgomery Catholic got that second touchdown, and then they got a late touchdown. But Montgomery Catholic wasn't as scary as I thought they would be. Last year they really had a different gear. And watching Caleb McCreary, who's Troy commit, he didn't look as fast, honestly, to me as he did last year. He was 7 for 18 passing the ball, and didn't really get that much on the ground either. He has 14 carries for 71 yards. So I think they've got to be asking themselves about being a little more consistent on offense as well.
A couple of people we've talked to tonight, Pat, have mentioned the weather, not in terms of necessarily the heat playing a factor, but the moisture, the humidity creating moisture on the ball and affecting play that way. Did you see any of that tonight?
I sure didn't. I remember playing. Sometimes if it was really cool and dry, the ball would be slippery too, but it wasn't. No, it just seemed like perfect conditions, and I just think the defenses had the upper hand, and there were enough mistakes to kill a lot of drives that could have done something. So there was a lot of that, early season kind of mistakes.
Yeah, early season mistakes. You see a lot of that in week 0 and week 1 too. All right, so what's next, Pat, for McGill-Tulane?
St. Paul's next week, and that was it was game 2 last year as well, and that was losing that game, even though it was only the second week of the season. That put St. Paul's into the 4th playoff position, and McGill-Tulane was out. So next week is a really big game in terms of hoping to make the playoffs and maybe make a run.
All right, Pat Aaronsburg joining us, WNGL in Mobile. Play-by-play for McGill-Tulane tonight falling to Montgomery Catholic. Pat, thank you so much for the time.
Y'all have a good one.
All right, you too. So,
out of the pan and in the fire with St. Paul.
Yeah, it never gets any easier when you play in Mobile, does it? But let's talk a little bit about that, because we see it with a lot of teams. And I mentioned earlier, we've seen a lot of low-scoring games tonight, which is unusual in this day and age of football. Some of it could be attributed to early season mistakes, week 0, week 1 kind of mistakes. Fatigue.
The weather. I mean, like you said, turnovers. It would be so humid and hot. Who knows? A lot of factors go into that, I guess.
Scores on the 4s is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Andy, let's take that to a top 10.
Number 1, 5 idle this week.
That's good news for whoever the opponent would have been.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Number 2, BB Comer, 35-21 over 3A Dadeville. Number 3, Pisgah idle as well. Number 4, Highland Home, 39-0 over Providence Christian. Number 5, Tuscaloosa Academy, 42-0. That one still maybe in progress, but I'm feeling like it's in hand. Arrington 20-33, Dale County winning that one. Number 7, Reeltown over Tallahassee, 41-14. That one on Thursday. Number 8, Vincent 29-20 over Ragland. Number 9, Goshen and Daleville, still looking for a score there. Number 10, Aliceville over Pickens County right now, 6-0, but I think that game still in progress as last we saw.
Yeah, and I think that was an early score too. I think that was the halftime score, so a lot of these were still waiting on finals. In other 2A scores, Abbeville falls to Beulah 35-12. Sampson falls to Kinston, was losing to Kinston 21-7. That one in progress. It was Pike Liberal Arts over Zion Chapel, 16-14. Ramburn defeats White Plains, 31-28. Woodland over Victory Christian, 38-7. Lamar County over South Lamar, 27-12. And Holly Pond was losing to Clemens, 40-6, with that game still in progress. Scores on the 4s is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Check for them in a store near you. Let's talk network football next. Luke Robinson joins us coming up on the AHSAA Radio Network. We hope.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade and finance with Tony Sarah Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more, all backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
Jackson Drugs on Cherokee Road in Alexander City is ready to kick the football season off. Auburn plates, towels, earrings, bracelets, picture frames and cups, Alabama trays, cups, plates, game day t-shirts and bags for both teams. Hey Georgia Bulldog fans, we've got you covered too. Drop in today and check out our gift shop. Go team!
Serving East Central Alabama since 2005, we are Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical of Sylacauga. Coosa Valley Respiratory has medical equipment and supplies, including oxygen-to-home ventilation services. We carry a full line of bracing, power chairs, scooters, and more. And when you trust Coosa Valley Respiratory, you are dealing with local people that care about your well-being. Providing quality home care for our community, Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical, 201 West Fort William, Sylacauga. Give us a call at 256-245-1411.
Have you stopped by Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store lately? If you haven't, you should. You'll find great pieces for your favorite do-it-yourself project. Lightly used name brand clothing by Free People, North Face, Matilda Jane, Patagonia, and a whole lot more. And while you're there, don't miss the shoes, decorative pieces, classic and new books, and Auburn and Alabama gear that won't cost you a fortune. So stop and shop at Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store today for a unique thrift experience that won't break the budget. Lifesavers Mission Thrift, located on East University behind Zaxby's.
The all-new Triple R Cafe in Rockford is open and the place for true Southern-style cooking. Open Tuesday through Saturday in downtown Rockford on US 231. The Triple R Cafe serves up true Southern cooking with a meat and 3 for lunch. And on Friday and Saturday, get the best dinners in the area with fresh from the garden vegetables. Gulf-style scallops and shrimp, and Bayou-style alligator. Central Alabama's new place for Southern-style cooking with a down-home atmosphere. That's the all-new Triple R Cafe in downtown Rockford.
The Alex City Parks and Rec Department serves the residents of Alexander City with quality facilities and programs designed to positively affect the lives of the citizens. From youth sports programs to adult activities and our senior center, the Alex City Parks and Rec offers services for all ages. The Cooper Rec Center, Lake Winds Golf Course, and the Senior Activities Center are just some of the great features the Alex City Parks and Rec Department provides for the people of Alex City. For more information on any of our programs, call 256-329-6736.
Welcome back to the AHSIA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Andy with you as we have now crossed the threshold into the 11 o'clock hour on week 0 of the AHSIA season on a humid night all over Alabama. We wanted to bring in, we want to talk to Luke Robinson because he's calling that Thompson-Opelika game, which we think has just gone final. Is that right? 44-13 the final there, Thompson over Opelika. So we'll have Luke on with us here in just a few minutes. Right now, though, our recruiting guru with Rivals.com. Please welcome John Garcia Jr. to the show. John, how are you?
I'm doing well. Happy to be back on.
Good. All right, so you and I were talking off the air. Andy and I talked in the first hour. The big story of the night to me is this Saraland win over Lipscomb, Tennessee. How big of a statement is that for Saraland on their talent level and how good that team is?
I think it's huge for the Spartans. You know, this is a program that is still obviously young in its tenure in the state of Alabama. So how can you flex those muscles? Go out of state. You know, you won state last year. Go out of state and play another state champion. Lipscomb Academy's got just as much Division I talent in terms of verbal commits, but it's older talent, mostly seniors. Saraland is mostly juniors in terms of those top-level guys. So I think it was a huge win for the Spartans, and even though it was an overtime win by 1 point, you know, the game was theoretically in hand pretty early for them earlier in the night before some crazy special teams plays played out. So I thought Saraland put on a really good show. KJ Lacey, Ryan Williams, and that entire bunch, especially in that second half tonight.
John, I don't keep up with recruiting nearly as much as you, obviously, but so I just a question. I mean, is this are the star rankings kind of set right now, or is there still some movement there with guys getting a bump up into another category? And if so, I mean, who might some of those guys be?
Yeah, there's always movement. You know, you're always we call it a rolling evaluation. You know, you're basically trying to see where the pieces fit at all times. And obviously the end of the off season and the beginning of the actual season is always a time where we're keeping our ears perked up for new players or new evaluations on players we've known about for quite some time. So while we've got Ryan Williams as the number one receiver in the country there at Saraland, you know, a guy like Antonio Coleman on the defensive side of the ball at Saraland, you know, he's going to move into the Rivals 250 in this next update, you know. So it's an opportunity to just kind of continue rolling that evaluation. He looks really good tonight with a couple of stops behind the line of scrimmage. So it's always an opportunity to expand the rankings and sort of update them. So, yeah, every few months it's a rolling evaluation, so that they're basically, you know, always on the clock, if that makes sense.
How tough is it to evaluate in these early season games? We were talking earlier tonight. You'll see we're seeing tonight a lot of lower scoring games, a lot of turnovers, kind of early season mistakes. Early season games, is it tougher to evaluate than when you get into kind of the meat of region play or playoffs?
Absolutely. You know, especially in this day and age, right? We have so many, you know, players who make transfers, whether it's across city lines or state lines in different cases. So you see a lot of adjustment. I mean, going back to that game today, I mean, Deuce Knight, the quarterback for Lipscomb, even though he's super talented as a four-star guy, he's only been there for a month and a half. You know, and I think you could see some of that rust, especially in the first half. So we do like to give kids the benefit of the doubt, and they're obviously all incredibly young at this stage of their development. So it still is very much about the athletic profile and the traits more so than the game-to-game progression. But obviously, when it comes to splitting hairs, you do like to use Friday nights as a great separator because it does come down to the tape in the end.
All right, John Garcia Jr. joining us from Rivals. He is our recruiting expert. John, we'll get into some specific players next week and have a little fun on that. Thank you for the time, friend.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for having me.
All right, nobody does it any better than this guy right there when it comes to covering recruiting. So check him out at rivals.com. And I do think it's interesting, the evaluation process and how it trends through the year, right? And I don't know.
Rolling evaluation.
A rolling evaluation, right? Yeah. All right, let's get into scores on the fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Into the 1A Top 10, Andy.
Number 1, Leroy had a jamboree, so no score there. Number 2, Elba, the same. Number 3, Pickens County versus number 10 in 2A, Aliceville. Still looking for a score for that one. Tied in the number 3 ranking, Brantley falls to Luverne from 2A, 28-14. Number 5, Meek over Maplesville, 18-12. Number 6, Sweetwater over Clark County, 27-14. Number 7, Spring Garden defeats Sandrock, 48-22. Lynn was idled, the number 8 team. Number 9, Coosa Christian falls to Geraldine, 26-0. That one on Thursday. And number 10, Milry fell to Citronelle, a 5A school, 27-26. Man, good game.
Good game. McKenzie over Wilcox Central, 47-28. It was Marengo over Washington County, 14-0. Otaugaville over R.C. Hatch, 48-44. It was Central Coosa over Verbena, 15-22. Brilliant over Waterloo, 64-0. It was University Charter over Hubbardville, 22-20. Donahoe over Weaver, 13-10. Tarrant over Talladega County Central, 55-14. Wadley over Horseshoe Bend, 35-7. Decatur Heritage over Section, 63-15. And Winston County defeats Addison, 14-0. Scores on the fours brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Coming up next, we are going to effort to touch base with our buddy Luke Robinson and talk a little bit about Thompson and Opelika on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours, Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College, central to you, central to your success.
I wish that people got less excited about celebrities and more excited about people like teachers and firemen. You know, folks who make a difference every day. Well, I bet you had a favorite teacher or a family member who was helped by a first responder. Life Insurance offers these everyday heroes a little something extra, like discounts to help those who help others.
If you're a teacher, preacher, first responder, active military, a state or federal employee, see what Alpha can do for you.
Hey everyone, it's Coach Satcher with the Donahoe School. On the field, distraction can cost us the game, but off the field, distraction can cost our lives. I'm here to remind all of you Falcons to put down your phones while you're driving. Keep your eyes up, hands on the wheel. Don't text or call, because it's not worth it.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys. Take a knee. Let's
let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give a real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt?
Coke Zero.
Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste! 0 calories!
Main Street Family Urgent Care.
Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care open 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Andy with you on week 0 of the AHSAA season. And we bring into the broadcast our buddy, our pal, our co-host, our guy who had to call a game in Montgomery tonight on the Kickoff Classic, Thompson and Opelika, Luke Robinson. Luke, how are you?
I'm doing a lot better after that introduction, JJ. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, listen, you had what a lot of people thought would be one of the premier games tonight, but the Thompson Warriors, it was a little bit, it seemed like it took them a little while to sort of take control, but it was a little bit like a boa constrictor, kind of slowly squeezing the life out of you. They wind up with a 44-13 win over Opelika. What'd you see?
Well, I'll tell you what I saw. I saw one team that has been to the state championship for 5 straight years, won it 4 straight years, and they've had a lot of extra games and a lot of extra practice. You know, when Thompson goes on runs like this, where they've been in all these state championship games, people tend to forget that what that means is some of their younger guys get that much more practice. They get that much more experience in a game, you know, if there's a blowout in the playoffs or something like that. They have so much more opportunity to play. So even when they're inexperienced on the surface, they're still experienced. And that's what you saw tonight. Thompson had like 4 tournament starters on defense and on offense. But it doesn't matter, and because they're all so good. They've all been in these kind of situations. They've all played in venues like this. Nothing is going to upset their apple cart. And then when you think about, they've got a freshman quarterback in Trent Seaborn now, who it took him a quarter to get going, but once he did, he was awesome. He throws an incredible ball. I mean, like frozen ropes all over the place. He's very decisive. Then they've got a receiver who is a sophomore who was catching everything, who made the biggest play of the night probably when it was 3-0, and a ball was up for grabs, and he's able to get it off the deflection for a first down. I'm just telling you, the Thompson team's not going anywhere, and it doesn't matter that they have a lot of new faces, because these faces have all been in the playoffs for a long time, and they've seen some really big names do well, and so they felt what it's like to win, and they don't want to lose that.
This Opelika team struggled a bit last year, but it sounds to me like you're saying this was a whole lot more about Thompson and a lot less about Opelika.
It really was. And look, you hate to say that it's one of those things where if these two teams play 10 times, Thompson's going to win all 10. And I don't mean that as a knock against Opelika. Thompson's going to do that to a lot of people. I think Opelika will get there. That is a rich program with tradition, and they've got a lot of passion for the sport. I think Opelika is going to improve as the season goes on and as the years go on, and they'll make their mark in 7A eventually. But right now, they're coming at the king, and Thompson's they're just differently right now. And it really wasn't about what Opelika can do. I'll tell you something. Opelika's got a quarterback. He's as tough as anybody in the state in Roman Gagliano. And his brother, Drew Gagliano, is his favorite target. And the two of them were dynamic at times tonight. It just didn't happen enough. And, boy, Roman Gagliano took a lot of shots. I mean, he was getting hit left, right, in the front, in the back. He was taking it every way he could take it. But, you know, he always got up. This kid got a lot of moxie about him. I think he'll be fine, and I think Opelika will be fine. And it's not going to shock me at all if they get in the playoffs and win in the first and maybe even the second round. But if they go up against Thompson again, I think they're going to have problems.
Yeah, well, it sounds like pretty much anybody else is going to have those same problems. I want to move to another game, Luke, because we just talked to John Garcia Jr., and he said, you got about 10 seconds, but how big of a statement was the Saraland win over Lipscomb tonight?
Well, it was a big statement to get the win. It's not as big a statement the way they won on a missed extra point. But Ryan Williams, it took him a little bit to get going tonight. But, boy, when he turns it on, he's the best there is, isn't he?
Very good. Luke Robinson with the AHSAA Radio Network joining us. Luke, be safe driving home, man.
All right, thank you guys. You're doing a great job.
All right. Luke, always ready with an opinion.
Yeah. Never shy.
Yeah, the always shy Luke Robinson. All right, listen, before we get to this round of scores, let me tell you it's going to be brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wiggles Pickles. Get yourself a jar of the hula pickles. Trust me on that one. Andy, let's run down the 7A top 10 one more time.
I'll do it. Number 1, Thompson. We just heard 44-13 over Opelika. Number 2, Auburn 39-14 over number 3, Hoover. Number 4, Central Phoenix City 48-24 over number 5, Hewitt-Trussville. Man, a lot of intersectional games here in the top 10. But Hewitt-Trussville, number 5, 24 falling. Number 6, James Clemens 26-21 over Gardendale. Number 7, Fairhope 17-14 over number 9 in 6A Spanish Fort. Number 8, Enterprise over Eufaula 63-14. Number 9, Baker over Theodore 36-20. And as I mentioned, Thompson over Opelika.
In 6A, we just talked about it. Number 1, Saraland over Lipscomb, Tennessee 31-30. Number 2, Clay Chalkville takes care of Briarwood Christian 31-0. It was number 3, Hartselle. They fall to 7A Austin 28-17. Number 4, Mountain Brook is defeated on Thursday night by Vestavia Hills 35-10. That one will resonate a little bit. Number 5, Theodore is defeated by 7A number 9 Baker 36-20. It was number 6, Hillcrest Tuscaloosa in South Haven, Mississippi. They'll play tomorrow. Number 7, Parker defeats 5A Fairfield 48-0. Number 8, Muscle Shoals all over 7A Bob Jones 48-14. It was number 9, Spanish Fort, as you mentioned, falling to 7A number 7 Fairhope. And number 10, Pelham defeats Jackson Olin 21-6. Scores on the fours brought to you by Wiggles Pickles. We'll be back with our interview segment coming up.
When Americans needed a car that worked harder than a car, we built them a truck. And they used our trucks to build interstates and industries and communities, livelihoods and neighborhoods. Americans needed vehicles worthy of who they are and what they can do. So, we built them a truck.
Hi, this is Andrew McGreer at Dunning Roofing. At Dunning Roofing, we specialize in high-quality, premium roofs. We don't build roofs that just meet code requirements. We build quality roofs with premium materials that significantly exceed our competitive warranties. We put money on your roof, not in our pockets. If you're looking for a top-quality roof, call Dunning Roofing today for your free quote at 256-307-7601 or visit us at DunningRoofingAL.com for more information.
There's only one clear choice in the Lake Martin area for plumbing, heating, and air. That's All Clear Plumbing and Air. Our professionally trained technicians offer full service repair and installation on all major brands. From drips to water heaters, thermostats to entire air conditioning and heating systems, and everything in between. Our fast, reliable, and guaranteed top-notch customer service will keep you informed and up to speed through the entire process. Call us today or look for us on Facebook and Instagram at All Clear Plumbing and Air, 256-496-2056. License number 19172.
At Medicine Express, we're dedicated to the idea that quality pharmacy care means more than just prompt prescriptions. When you come to Medicine Express, you can count on dependable care from knowledgeable pharmacists and their friendly staff. You can fill your prescriptions quickly and easily at our drive-thru, or while you wait, you can even browse for inspirational gifts and items that you won't find anywhere else. like Praise Him Apparel and the History of Alabama books. All at Medicine Express on Airport Drive in Alexander City. 256-215-8014. Medicine Express, where you're part of our family.
Don't you put that fire out. I'm talking about Fire Truck Barbecue has brand new hours in downtown Alexander City. 10:30 to 5. That's 10:30 to 5, Monday through Friday. You're talking about good food, vegetables, and all the meats and the cornbread. And they cater also year-round at Fire Truck Barbecue. So if you've never been, check it out today. 10:30 to 5, Monday through Friday, downtown Alex City.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade and finance with Tony Sarah Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more, all backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
It's time for This Week in the AHSAA. News and notes from around Alabama high school athletics. Brought to you by Jacksonville State University, the friendliest campus in the South. Visit jsu.edu. At the 8th Annual Star Sportsmanship Breakfast during the AHSAA Summer Conference, 10 schools were awarded $1,000 sportsmanship grants by the Alabama High School Athletic Directors and Coaches Association. 82 schools were recognized that were ejection and sportsmanship fine free for the 2022-23 school year. And the 10 schools recognized with $1,000 sportsmanship grants were Escambia County, Ayrton, Keith, Dadeville, Valley, Huffman, Gadsden City, Waterloo, Plainview, and Arab. And that's this edition of This Week in the AHSAA. News and notes from around Alabama high school athletics. Brought to you by Jacksonville State University, the friendliest campus in the South. Visit jsu.edu.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumber yard, price match promise, and our Best Rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
The taste of the South starts out here. However you roll into work, you can bring the flavor with Jack's Breakfast Catering. Huge scratch-made buttermilk biscuits and hearty breakfast sandwiches, mixed or matched, starting at just $15. Don't forget to add delicious fresh ground Royal Cup coffee and classic breakfast sides. Because great work starts with great breakfast. Breakfast catering starting at $15 from Jack's. All about the South.
Main Street Family Urgent Care.
Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care opens 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
I wish that people got less excited about celebrities and more excited about people like teachers and firemen. You know, folks who make a difference every day. Well, I bet you had a favorite teacher or a family member who was helped by a first responder. Life Insurance offers these everyday heroes a little something extra, like discounts to help those who help others.
If you're a teacher, preacher, first responder, active military, a state or federal employee, see what Alpha can do for you.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College. Central to you. Central to your success.
Welcome back to the AHSA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Andy with you. And Andy, we learn stuff, it seems like, every week. What did we learn this week? Thompson's pretty good.
Yeah.
Saraland's pretty good.
Yeah.
Central Phoenix City's pretty good.
Not bad.
And I was blown away when I looked up the Max Preps rankings. You know, not the sports writers ones, which is one we use. The Max Preps rankings take all classifications. And they had Saraland as the #1 ranked team in the entire state of Alabama, regardless of classification. They had Central Phoenix City at #2 and Thompson at #3.
May have to reevaluate.
We may have to look at that one again. Back into scores on the fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Andy, take us through 5A.
Still looking for Ramsey and Hueytown, but #2, Charles Henderson, no problem with #9, 3A Pike County, 48-7. #3, UMS Wright falls to St. Paul's, 14-7. #4, Pleasant Grove, 54-14 over #7A Smith Station. #5, Faith Academy over JAG, that formerly Jeff Davis, 43-24. #6, Leeds falls to Mortimer Jordan, 31-28. #7, Moody over Pale City in Rush Probe's debut, 28-24. #8, Beauregard over Selma, 29-6. #9, Gulf Shores over St. Michael Catholic, 41-20. #10, Demopolis over American Christian, 29-20.
And in the 4A top 10, #1 Andalusia rolls 3A Op in a Thursday night game, 42-0. It was #2 Cherokee County, 48, 5A Alexandria, 14. #3 Catholic Montgomery, 21-0 over 6A McGill Tulane. #4 Jackson had the week off. #5 Aniana takes care of 2A Cleveland, 55-24. It was #6 Jacksonville going on the road to Boaz out of 5A and getting a win, 43-21 Jacksonville. #7 Anniston, 38-22 over 3A Walter Welborn. #8 Westminster Christian and Lee Huntsville still efforting a score there. #9 Hanley, 22-8 over 5A Valley. And #10 TR Miller, 26-20 over 3A #10 Hillcrest Evergreen, that game in overtime. Scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Our spotlight interview with the executive director of the AHSAA, Mr. Alvin Briggs, is now. It's time now for the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show Spotlight Interview. Brought to you by Central Alabama Community College. Central to you, central to your success. Visit cacc.edu. And as we get this brand new football season started, let's start where we've begun the seasons for the last few years. Let's talk to Executive Director of the Alabama High School Athletic Association, Mr. Alvin Briggs. Director Briggs, I hope you're doing well this morning.
I am doing great. It's an exciting time of the year. Excited to talk to you to kick off another fall season with all our fall sports, with volleyball and cross country starting all as well this week. I'm so excited.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be the start of a new season if we didn't have to adjust on the fly to something. As everyone's aware, we've had an extremely hot late summer going on here lately, and the Kickoff Classic games being moved to an 8 o'clock kickoff, and schools being told that they can do the same if they so choose in their games this week. Was this something that you've been talking about for a little while, the possibility of moving the kickoffs back if the heat didn't subside a bit?
Well, you know, we go into every season. We know what the summers are like and early fall and August is like in the state of Alabama and the South in general. We're not where we say we're not used to this heat, but it's been extreme, and we have a great medical advisory team, and that's led by Dr. Robinson and Dr. Dugas, and and talking with them, and any precautions you can take, we take them. And that's, we are so grateful that our member schools already take a lot of precautions. The game that we'll be playing in Montgomery, the 2 games that we have, we're all going to be on brand new turf, so we know it's going to be extremely hot. The sun's going. So the decision and talking to the coaches is, would they be comfortable with moving the game? And they would, but both for all 4 of our teams, they were excited and had no issue with moving it back. So it's just just more precautions that that we want to take, we know we need to take, and so we went ahead and made those accommodations early.
Obviously, safety when it comes to our young people, the number one concern. So as you move back kickoff times, there are also, as I understand it, additional heat timeouts, things of that nature.
Yeah, our officials have always had the ability for additional timeouts as they seem fit, because we also have to be concerned with them being out there in the heat and what's going on, and everybody else is involved in these contests. So, we have had occasions, not just this year, but in years past, where officials have taken extra heat timeouts, and we try to do those through the first 4 to 5 weeks of the season to see where we are. And at some point, when it starts cooling off a little bit, we will, we'll dial back the heat timeout.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the upcoming season. It seems like every year we have some different things we're looking forward to seeing. Is there anything that is maybe different or new for this year for you that you're looking forward to coming into this season?
I'm just excited. So it's a brand new start for everybody in every sport. I'm so excited, looking forward to it. This will be the last year that we'll have a pilot for girls wrestling and for girls flag football, and so excited about the number of teams that have joined those 2 pilot programs and where we are there. And volleyball is our 3rd largest attended event, during the season, right behind basketball and football. And so, that's exciting. I mean, it's always exciting that our communities get out and support our young people in our communities and know that there are people in the stands that truly love them and there to support them and give them all kind of praise, no matter what the situation is.
I don't know that I ever remember a time when high school football, we've always had the kind of the countdown to college football season. The whole state gets geared up as we count down towards college football. That hasn't changed. But I don't know that I've ever seen a time when there was more excitement and attention, both from the public and the media, in the excitement leading up to high school football. And it just seems the popularity seems to keep growing. The more attention that's paid and the more things that happen. What do you think that growth's attributed to?
I think a lot of it has to do with social media. Social media has really put the forefront of all high school athletics. And, as you go through the seasons, as you go through the fall season and get into the winter season and into the spring season, you see social media just really ramping up and talking about it. You have all these, all our schools have some form of social media platform that promoting their events and what's going on in their communities, and I think that contributes a lot. And I think we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but I'm gonna talk about it a little bit because as we move forward, the pandemic really taught us a lot about how much we need each other and how much we need to support each other and how important it is to be out with everybody and being with friends, after being, having to be shut down in your homes and not being able to do the things you need to do, you realize, hey, I need to get out and be more about my community and about my surroundings. So I think that has a lot more to do with it than what we want to think has to do with it.
We've talked about it here when you go through challenging times, as we see in communities here and there and different things that unfortunately happen. Nothing seems to bring a community together and heal people as much as the community coming together to support its young people. It's a very healing moment, don't you believe?
Oh, there's no doubt. And that's what we're all about. We're all about community, all about our youth and everybody being supported. And so, the whole healing process is getting out and being with everybody.
Director Briggs, I want to congratulate you again on another successful year. And as we get this fall season started, we're looking forward to even more success and growth as things continue. Thank you so much for the work you do. We're looking forward to a great year.
Thank you for having me on. We are looking forward to a great year, looking forward to listening to you throughout the year.
The AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show Spotlight Interview is brought to you by Central Alabama Community College. Central to you, central to your success. Visit cacc.edu. Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, and thank you again to Director Briggs for joining us for the Spotlight interview. We've done that the last couple of years there on the first show. He'll join us again at the end of the season, too. Time now for On the Floor is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Andy, take it away on the 3A Top 10.
Number 1, St. James over Montgomery Academy, 49-13. Piedmont was idle, the number 2 team. Number 3, Gordo, you said 45
to 15.
15 over Sipsey Valley. Number 4, Mars Hill Bible, no trouble with Coleman, 55-21. Number 5, Mobile Christian, 41-21 over Athens Academy. Number 6, Madison Academy, 42-6 over Deschler. Number 7, Houston Academy. Last score we had was 28-7 over Wicksburg. Maybe that's a final, maybe not, but well in hand with Houston Academy. Number 8, Sylvania was idle. Number 9, Pike County fell to number 2, Charles Henderson in 5A, 48-7. Number 10, Hillcrest Evergreen 20. Number 10 in 4A, T.R. Miller 26 in overtime.
All right, in the 2A Top 10, number 1, Fife had the week off. Number 2, B.B. Comer defeats 3A Dadeville 35-21. Number 3, Pisgah had the week off. Number 4, Highland Home 39-0 over 3A Providence Christian. It was number 5, Tuscaloosa Academy 42-0 was the last score we had with that game in progress, well in hand, over Holy Spirit Catholic out of 1A. Number 6, Ayrton goes down to 4A Dale County 33-20. It was number 7, Reeltown with a 41-14 win last night over 5A Tallahassee. Number 8, Vincent defeats 1A Ragland 29-20. We don't have a score on Goshen and Daleville at number 9. Number 10, Aliceville 6-0 was last score we had against Pickens County, but we do not have a final. We'll be back.
Jackson Apothecary, located in Newside, Alabama on Highway 22 East, is open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. And Brad Jackson says, hey, it's organized, it's clean, it's for you. Vitamins, medical supplies, household items. They even have a drive-thru. Let me give you their number, 256-392-3448. That's 256-392-3448. Jackson Apothecary.
Lay your best to rest, call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Lewis Pest Control is now serving Alexander City and the entire Lake Martin area. They've been family owned and operated for over 60 years. Whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, Lewis has environmentally safe products for all your pest control needs. Lewis Pest Control.
Lay your best to rest, call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Since 1908, many talented tradesmen and women have proudly represented the Dixie Electric Plumbing and Air name. We are grateful for their commitment to excellence, always providing our clients with quality work that we're glad to guarantee you with 100% satisfaction. No matter the problem, the Dixie Electric team is here for you, serving the Montgomery and Auburn areas. Thank you for choosing a locally owned company.
For more information, go to calldixie.com.
Call Dixie and it's done.
Horse Hardware and Power Equipment, located in downtown Dadeville, is all about service, especially this time of the year. Well, any time of the year, because when it comes to your power equipment, it's not running, they want to get on it right away. They're located again in downtown Dadeville. Their number's 256-825-6211. And then when they get that fixed for you, get you one of them Traeger grills. You gonna love cooking on it. It's easy. Moore's Hardware, downtown Dadeville.
For years, Tom Watley's been a name you can trust to represent you, and now you can depend on Tom Watley Law, LLC to handle all of your legal needs. Tom has over 20 years of practicing criminal defense, probate needs, and estate planning. Tom Watley Law supports the communities of Lee and Tallapoosa County and can handle all your legal needs or refer you to their network of specialty attorneys. When it counts, call Tom Watley Law, LLC at 334-559-3420 or online at tomwatleylaw.org. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be provided is greater than that of other attorneys.
Hi, this is Brian Bice with Bice Motors. With our all-star lineup of Dodge trucks, Jeep, SUVs, and Chrysler cars, we offer the area a team dedicated to making your next vehicle purchase a positive experience. Our sales team offers competitive pricing, and we back up all sales with a service department second to none. Bice Motors also offers the area's best selection of pre-owned vehicles. Visit Bice Motors at 2133 Cherokee Road in Alexander City.
Guaranteed lowest price. Buy it at Bice. Bice Motors.
For high school sports in the state of Alabama, nobody has it covered like the AHSAA Radio Network.
Ball at the 25-yard line. What a catch.
Live play-by-play coverage, the latest news, and expert analysis from our team of broadcasters.
State championship games here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We've navigated
Once he got into the secondary, nobody back there. They're all bunched up right inside the tackle box.
Need a first down here just to get the defense rest. They don't necessarily have to have points.
The football and basketball state championships, all-star games, the AHSAA Radio Network scoreboard show, and more available in one place. The AHSAA Radio Network.
Running the defense inside the 15-10-5, and the Mustangs are on the board.
He's in. That is a touchdown.
Turn for the touchdown, and that is so
For live and archived streaming audio and video, information on where to hear the AHSAA Radio Network, or how to acquire coverage in your market, visit AHSAARadionetwork.com. Nobody covers Alabama high school sports like we do.
The 6A state championship.
This is the AHSAA Radio Network. Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network scoreboard show. J. Jeff Goat and Andy Graham with you. Luke Robinson did not have the night off. He was working in Montgomery doing that Thompson-Opelika game. All right, so now we've got to pick our Russell Dewitt Center's game of the week. The AHSAA Radio Network, built by Russell Dewitt Center. So let's get on that game of the week. Andy, if I got to go with one, I'm going with Saraland, 31-30 over Lipscomb, Tennessee. Even though it's on a missed extra point that would have tied the game, a win is a win. And as John Garcia said, when you go out of state to play one of the top teams in the South, another state champion, a fellow state champion, it says something. It's probably a warning shot to future opponents of Saraland.
I don't think there's any question about it. Can I be a homer?
Yeah.
Can I say Benjamin Russell over Wetumpka after losing 10 straight to the Indians?
10 straight? Has it been that many?
The last time Benjamin Russell beat Wetumpka was 2001.
Wow.
So getting some revenge tonight and maybe starting things anew, uncorking some pretty blistering offense there.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is when a team gets your number that way sometimes, hard to do.
Yes, it is. Auburn's kind of in a streak like that with Georgia now. So
yeah. Well, so is everybody else with Georgia. Yeah. All right, so let's before we wrap things up, let's do this. Let's talk a little bit about college football because it does get started tomorrow.
It does.
It's not. I mean, you know, we're such homers down here. I mean, if it's not real full SEC teams playing, then we're not. You know, we're barely interested. But Notre Dame and Navy head overseas. Going to play a game in Ireland.
I'm assuming it's a night game because it's like 1 o'clock here. So
yeah, and I would imagine that there are a lot of people that are going to come out to see the Fighting Irish, right?
I think they've got to. I mean, surely that's their team.
I would think so.
If they have one.
If they have one.
Navy, I mean, Navy used to be a threat. Navy has beaten Notre Dame.
Yeah.
In my lifetime. So,
Navy has beaten a lot of people. Yeah.
They have not been that great in the last couple of years, so I'm not expecting much of a contest.
Yeah, and I don't really expect one either. Let's put it to you this way: if you get much of a contest, Notre Dame may be in some trouble.
That's true.
And most people aren't expecting Notre Dame to have any trouble there. Vandy and Hawaii, this is another one where I don't think Vandy, they're at home, they shouldn't have that much trouble. Hawaii's not good. Vandy's not good by SEC standards, but they should be a good bit better than Hawaii, right?
I think Vandy went on the road last year and hammered, although they were behind early, I think they ended up hammering Hawaii pretty good. So Hawaii makes a return trip. I wonder if it'll be a sellout for all 28,000 seats.
Yeah.
Because there are no end zones right now.
Right now.
At least as far as stadium is concerned.
Well, and the thing is, too, with Vandy, it's another one of those, kind of like Notre Dame and Navy, right? Shouldn't be much of a game, but if it is a really good game,
Yeah, that's right. Because I think there are, as much as expectations ever are at Vandy, I think there's actually a little bit more this year because people are starting to believe in the slightest in Clark Lee.
I don't think this is a team that can get anywhere near going to a bowl game, but but can they win 4?
Yes.
Okay. All right. But can they win 1 SEC game?
Yes, they did last year.
All right. Well, let's see if they can do that this year. All right. Let's wrap it up with one more scores on the 4s. Andy, take us through that 1A top 10.
The number 1 and 2 teams, Leroy and Elba, both went the exhibition route tonight. Number 3, Pickens County and Aliceville. This one is either the longest halftime in the history of high school sports.
Yeah, the latest score we could get is 6-0 Aliceville at the half.
So we don't quite know that one. But, hey, we'll find out sooner or later. Tied for number 3, Brantley falls to Laverne, 2A Laverne, 28-14. Number 5, Meek over Maplesville, 18-12. That was kind of an old-fashioned type game. Number 6, Sweetwater over Clark County, 27-14. Number 7, Spring Garden over Sandrock, 48-22. It was number 8, Lynn being idle. Number 9, Coosa Christian falling to Geraldine, 26-0. And number 10, Milry falls to Citronelle, 27-26.
In the Alabama Independent School Association, number 1, Glenwood had the week off. Number 2, Patrician taking on Morgan. We don't have a final there. Number 3, Lee Scott, and number 4, Lowndes, both had the week off. Number 5, Chambers, 48-6 over Heritage out of Georgia. Number 6, Clark Prep, and number 7, Jackson, don't have a score there. Number 8, Autauga, 33-7 over Edgewood. Number 9, Southern Prep, loses to Springwood, 54-27, and Banks and Bessemer, we don't have a score there. Scores on the 4s brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. For all of our guests, all of our wonderful sponsors, Andy Graham and the crew, I'm J. Jeff Coates. We'll see you next Friday on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys! Take it easy! Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt?
Coke Zero!
Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste! 0 calories!
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours, Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Take home your AHSAA officially licensed merchandise today. Just click ahsaa.teamip.com and shop for event t-shirts, sweatshirts, tie-dye designs, or add your name to get your gear personalized. Team fans can get an official state championship apparel at our official online store. You pick it, we'll make it with our digital-to-garment technology. Hot off the press and sent straight to you. Or at your next championship game, check out Team IP's booth. Visit ahsaa.teamip.com.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College, central to you, central to your success.
Thanks for joining us here on the AHSAA Radio Network. You've been listening to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, presented by Central Alabama Community College, the Alabama Department of Transportation, Main Street Family Care, Jacksonville State University, Russell Do-It Centers, Southeastern Land Group, Southern Union State Community College, and by wickedly delicious Wickles Pickles. This is the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.
Come to the finish line of the 2022 regular season. It's week 10 of the regular season as Etowah and Southside out of Gadsden once again close out our regular season coverage for the FNN High School football game of the week. But, of course, postseason action for us will start next week. But first, a little unfinished business as far as the regular season to take care of, as the Etowah Blue Devils will make the crosstown trip over the Coots River to face the Panthers of Southside here in Southside, Alabama. Our countdown kickoff brought to you tonight by Northeast Orthopedics, a full-service orthopedic care provider serving Northeast Alabama since 1986. Through continuing education and training, their board-certified orthopedic surgeons employ the latest advances in orthopedic care, including total joint replacement, hip and knee replacement, spine, and sports medicine. Visit any of their convenient locations